Welcome to Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. I am Gat, your host. A viewer requested a birth natal chart analysis, and that's what we'll be doing. And they're also going into business, so they have questions about that and relationships and things of that. So we will be covering all of that in this analysis. Now, every person who orders a natal chart analysis the first time gets the free astrological report. It will explain everything in astrology, the 12 houses that you're looking at, all the signs, which are also called constellations. Also, we encourage people to take notes only because you're getting ready to get hit with a whole lot of information, and sometimes there's so much the mind will turn after a certain point. The mind will turn off, and people think they don't hear it because your mind just stops taking it. It's just you know. So if you take notes, you catch it, and you'll remember better as well. So we encourage that. All right. So what we're going to do, first house is Gemini. Inter- inter- Interestingly, we just had a Gemini full moon on the 12th. Right now it is December 13th. It's almost 10 p.m. in the evening here in the USA. So their ascendant is Gemini as well as their first house. So her first house and her third house will be connected because Gemini, like I said, rules the third house. And her chart is a lot like mine. My ascendant is Gemini. My third house has Leo with Venus. But I also have the Sun in Leo in my house as well. All right. So again, Gemini is the twins. Gemini's ruler is Virgo. I'm sorry, Gemini's ruler is Mercury. Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo. So again, wherever Mercury is on your chart, that'll also have a connection to your first house and your third house. Your first house is ruled by Aries. Gemini is about multitasking, communications, thought. It's very creative. Both Gemini and Leo, or the third house and the fifth house, are very creative. Gemini is also about very young people, even young people in education. Publishing could be about poetry, any form of communication, thought, writing is publishing, as I said. Could be very young education, your siblings, your environment around you, the brotherhood. It's also about short distances. And Gemini does not like to go deep. So if Gemini was to see somebody and ask them how they're doing, a Gemini is hoping that they just say, you know, oh, everything's great, because they really don't want to go into deep. They start to go into detail. Gemini doesn't want that. And if Gemini meets somebody, then they'll be very attentive. But even when they're meeting that person, they're only being very attentive to find out what this person's about. Because they, like I said, they really don't want to go deep. A lot of times when people have activity in their third house, it's always going to be short. It's going to be a little immature, and it may not be lasting. The ascendant is where the sun went over the horizon when this person was born. And again, it's your ascendant is your rising sign. So what is your rising sign? Rising sign is Gemini. The EP is the east point, and that's where the sun went over the ecliptic when you were born. And an EP can kind of show a person's ego. So again, first house is showing you how the world sees you. And again, wherever Aries is on your chart, it's going to have that connection to Aries because Aries rules the first house. Now, 11 degrees. The tarot card number 11, depending on what deck you're using, is either the Justice card, which is Libra energy, or it's the Strength card, which is Leo energy. So Justice card, Leo energy, or the Strength card, Leo energy. And the Strength card is also about divine feminine, divine masculine. So that's twin flame stuff. And Gemini can also, it even tells you the twins. So you know that's going to be twin flame stuff as well. And sometimes it can be used to represent a soulmate or somebody you're in some type of relationship with. A twin flame is a twin soul, same soul, different body. And a soulmate could just be anybody in your soul tribe. And this is all about past lives, and sometimes we go through many different lives with almost the same soul family. And in each life we have different roles with these people. Now 15, you have your AC ascendant is 11 degrees 15 minutes. 15 is Capricorn energy, which is the devil card. And that devil card is all about pretty much bondage, being obsessed with something or locked into something when you could walk away if you wanted to, but for whatever reason, the persons don't try to do so. And that's still a twin flame situation because there's two of them. And again, for anybody listening, if you're online hearing this, then you have access to a search engine. So whenever I read these numbers, these degrees, minutes, and I tell you the card and the number, you could really type that right in, like tarot card number 11, and it'll pop right up, and you can even look right at it. Now we are seeing it because now you got a 28, and I told you that EP could be your ego. So the 28 is not balanced or extreme, and you have to be careful because that's when you start to understand the 15 and the 11, and we'll learn more about it if there's going to be any type of legal situations or not. And then it's 28 degrees, 18 minutes, and number 18 is the moon card. And again, we'll probably learn more about that as we move forward. And I'm assuming that 11 is Leo. It's the strength card. Because you have in your third house that Gemini rules your third house, it's Leo. So that Leo energy is in your first house as well. But that's a strength card. So you might have a problem with either hanging on too much, or you might have a problem with somebody trying to hang on too much to you. And the moon card is also, if you ever saw the moon card, the moon tarot card, number 18 tarot card, the moon card, that's also like a two animal card. And it's almost reminiscent of the high priestess, because she has the moon in the two pillars, and the moon card is a little bit like that. So that again, that's another twin flame card. But it's also about doubt, and things are foggy, and that's one of the reasons why they put that 11 degrees there, which are twin, which are Gemini, because Libra can be kind of foggy too, because Libra will try to see things like from a perfect sense when that's not the way it really is. So they're kind of implying you have that going on as well. And as the chart continues, you'll find more out. All right, now the second house is ruled by Taurus, but it's about your money, your possessions, and how you value things, how your value system works. So your how you view money, you view it from a motherly, nurturing type way, because as Cancer is the mother, it's the nurturing. She rules the fourth house. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there. But Cancer rules teenagers, adult education, land, property, real estate, family and ancestors, health, vehicle and travel. Is also what's called the Imam Coeli, and that would be a person's whoever raised them in the mother position when they were young. That's the Imam Coeli, and that person will be in your subconscious mind the whole time you're here on planet Earth. And now we can jump right to your 12th house, because there you see, as I mentioned, your second house is ruled by Taurus, and I just mentioned Imam Coeli, and the fourth house, Cancer, is ruled by the moon. So now you see it. You see the moon representing your mother, and your house of reckoning and secrets in the subconscious mind, and you see Taurus. So again, the mother's there. So how you view money and family and all that was shaped by your mother. But and that's why I said about the high priestess and the moon card. So Taurus is about, like I said, the second house, possessions, value system, finances. Taurus is all about the senses: touch, see, taste, feel, and smell. Especially in the 12th house, Taurus can represent the spiritual, like I talked about the high priestess. Well, Taurus also represents, on the tarot card, it's the Pope energy. So that would be the high priest. that you do have this going on in your 12th house. So the capacity to be the spiritual or religious minded or sensual is going on there. But now it doesn't stop there. So the 12th house is all about subconscious mind secrets, things that have been pushed under the cover. And again, it is like if you have family issues and stuff like that, it's going to be in that subconscious mind of the 12th house. So just bear with me a little bit because we're going to go and check out a few things. And I'll be right with you. I'm just looking these things up. Alrighty. So now we have a better awareness or understanding. So now, like I said, the ascendant can mean small children. And now we're going to look at the moon in the 12th house first, but we'll also be looking at Lilith in the 12th house, so just bear with me. So the moon in the 12th can be a clairvoyant person. This person can be highly intuitive. And again, they like, well, the 12th house can be about hiding things, even though the 12th house should be about reckoning whatever you know, whatever you got hidden, whatever's under the carpet. You're supposed to bring it out in the 12th house to get the help you need. Of course, with qualified people. But sometimes a lot of people just keep that under, they don't bring it out. Or they don't really do what they should. They should bring it to reckoning. So this could be a lot of passivity again, but it's also about secrets because somebody could appear passive and things like that, but inside, and we're going to get to the reason why, but inside they got a lot of stuff going on, but they'll always come off, passive and ready to serve because the 12th house can be about service, but something could trigger them, and when that triggers them, you get to see what they're really carrying inside. And anything like with the 12th house or the moon is going to have to do with water. So this person, the more they spend with water, the more their intuition and clairvoyance and psychic abilities would tune in. Probably even with healing, the more they're around water. And some people, they get outside and get in nature, or they have their own garden, things like that. Because that's all part of thinking things over, maybe meditation and healing. So now, not only that, because we really have to bring things out, but the moon in the 12th house is connected with the gates and outer realities. And they're saying it's kind of fortunate that you don't have a water sign in your 12th house, because if it was a water sign, you would be even more connected to other realities. So healing can occur with the moon in the 12th house, psychic as well as healing. But you may have phobias. It just depends on placements. You may have phobias, depression, and lead to emotional isolation. And we will be getting into the reasons why. So, because you have a moon in the 12th house, you'll be able to perceive the feelings of people around you. It's almost like you'll have an antenna. And you might be emphatic, like they call you emphat. But if you're an emphat, you have to be careful because other people's emotions can override you. And also, whenever you serve, like in the 12th house, you have to know to keep, you serve, but you don't let people drive you down. You don't let people place their emotions on you and things like that. Like most psychologists, they learn how to put boundaries because you'll have people that just come at you with so much, and that's why a lot of psychologists, stuff like that, they give you 1 hour session, and they'll just sit there where you go do your 1 hour, and right at that 1 hour they go, okay, well, that's it, and you're like, wow, what do you mean it's in? Because I need more time. I have so much I want to talk about, and they'll be like, well, next session, and people don't understand that, but the reason why they're doing that because people will become obsessed, and they're trying to take whatever they've been through or whatever and beam it your way, and when you're an infant, it'll definitely take you out. So, because you were asking about partnerships as well, you have to be aware of that because you can't let somebody else's energy take over your energy or burn you out. And this 12th house is a house of service, and you'll definitely be at some point burnt out. And again, you can also get played out because you may be in a situation where you're doing all the work and somebody gets all the credit, and then it's times when people act like you didn't even do it when you actually are the creator, and you're actually the person who put it all together. Seeing that Gemini and that Moon, you're the creator, but you're so nice and so friendly and so trusting that boom, somebody else is taking it, and then they're acting like because you see this in the news all the time. Say, oh, I created that. Okay, how did you create it? So I'm going to give you two scenarios. I'll tell you the real way, and then I'm going to tell you their way. When somebody says, "Well, how did you create this?" Let's just call it the hake, something new you created, but it's so everybody wants it. But this other person saying they created it, and since it's just you and that person really knows how it happened, who's to say? Kind of like if it's like a song, but you really created it. So how it really happened, you guys were around, you already playing around with it. Maybe, went to sleep one and just woke up and just had it. And you make the big mistake that a lot of people make. You play it for maybe your partner in the band, like, Paul McCartney, John Lennon. You play it for, let's say her name's Jane and your name's Paula. So you're Paula and you play this for Jane, or you hum it or whatever. And then next thing you know, behind your back, Jane is making moves because she was already talking to a couple others. She met somebody at a bar, and they gave her a line about, oh, you're an artist. Oh, you can come be in our band, or you can come work with us. She says, well, I have a partner. Her name's Paula. I said, well, you still work with her, but you can work with us too. So now she knows that's a great thing, and now she's humming your song and some of the lyrics you were singing to these guys. So all of a sudden the song's kind of recorded, and now you're fighting for the rights to your song or whatever. Like Taylor Swift is fighting right now for her masters, and so they're going to ask you in court, well, how did you come up with it? And you say, I woke up when I was working, and I fell asleep, and I woke up and I had the song pretty much, and Jane came over and we were in a band together. We were partners, and I let her hear it or whatever. I hummed it to her or whatever. And everybody's looking at you in the courtroom, and then they ask Jane, well, you're saying you came with, how did you come with the song? Well, actually, I was already working on with the band. I just joined the band. And you're getting hit with stuff because the 12th house is about secret enemies and, something coming out the left field and hitting you with it. Well, we're already working with the band. I had decided Jane would, Paula was not really that creative, and it really wasn't any inspiration. And I was already working with the band. I just said one day, by the piano, whatever, blah blah blah. And here it came. And so they're looking at you, who's basically saying, well, it came to you in a dream or some psychic stuff. They don't understand the metaphysics. And they're looking at her, and what she's saying is sounding way more reasonable than what you're saying. You're all nice and emphatic and sensitive or whatever. You're coming out of that 12th house. And she's more aggressive. And they kind of believe in her. So these things happen every day. You hear it if you're listening to the news, and somebody's always getting sued for stealing stuff. Drake gets accused of a lot of stuff. Drake gets sued a lot. So you see it, but not just him, but a lot of people do it. I think somebody just sued Kanye. So you have to learn these things to protect yourself. So they're saying if you have the moon in the 12th house, you'll be trying to help martyrs. But you may also become a martyr. Because again, the 12th house is repression, depression. So they say be very careful going under hypnosis with a moon in the 12th house. Anything that can manipulate the mind or the subconscious, they're kind of warning you not to get involved with that. They say moon in the 12th house are the easiest people to hypnotize. And that's one thing, because you're talking about partners and things, but people, you have to understand their energy, especially with anything, the 12th house, especially with moon in the 12th house, anything. You have to be very careful. And they say even the moon in the sky can hypnotize you because it's acting like a pendulum. Say even when you go to sleep, they said only the curtains open with the moon. But there's a gentleman out here, Dr. Delbert. He says before you go to sleep, you should always protect yourself. Now, people do it different ways. If you're spiritual, you may pray. and ask for protection. Some people use crystals or whatever you use. But that's something Dr. Delbert Blair said too. And with technology now, we're in a world where a lot of energy is being used for different reasons that it shouldn't be used for. So you have to really stay protected. So the moonlight may cause you to sleepwalk or indulge in any activities that you might not remember later. And I had a relative used to do that. Wake up, walk around, hold conversations, go back to bed, wake up and never remember none of that. That part, I used to be terrified of that person. They'd get up and walk around, I'd be in the next room terrified. And that person always had like a some type of like I don't know. I'm not saying the person was a Scorpio. I really don't know, but they had like a Scorpio appeal. So if you got the moon in the 12th house, there's a lot of fears, but we're getting ready to talk about those fears because we know who helped put those fears on you. A lot of fears connected with emotional issues, and we know who did that to you. The person may be afraid of being abandoned by people in their life. Just so for that reason, a person might almost stay in their own shell. Like the 12th house can be the house of isolation, so they may just do that. And they may have a fear of getting too close to people because they fear they're going to lose them. So they said it, and here it is. And it's the same thing with Lilith and the moon, because they said these fears go back to the child's mother, the person's mother. So whatever caused it to occur, but the mother may be perceived as an enemy, because I told you the 12th house is the house of enemies during the native's young years. So the mother may have had these or caused these, but they're mutable moods, depressive tendencies, or even hysteria. So he said whoever wrote this article said and this is like this is the next paragraph. So he said the mother, so I'm pretty sure he's talking about the mother, because in the paragraph right after that, it goes, in addition, she might have been hospitalized quite a lot in her life, while also been in prison, monastery, or other institutes of seclusion. So he's not clarifying who he's talking about. So when I see that, I just go generally. It could be either the mother or this person. So the person will have a very strong imagination, and that's why I use that scenario. Since she's the creative one, she's got the emotion. But people can benefit off that, but then they're going to act like it was their idea all along, and you had nothing to do with it. And that's why I said 12th house is really about secret enemies. In this case, could even be a relative or family member. So you have to be aware of these things. And I mean, you don't have to take it extreme. You just have to be aware of it, because no matter what family you're in, there's always going to be you get along in some ways and you don't get along in other ways. So you don't have to take it so extreme, but you just have to be aware so that you're not taken advantage of, or you don't let somebody else's shortcomings cause you to be weirdo or in a crazy house somewhere. So this native will always be like daydreaming. So the moon can also disturb your sleep, bringing a lot of dreams. In such cases, bad aspects may be nightmares. But again, like I said, you should always keep some type of journal, not only with you in your bed, but with you at all times. So when you get these ideas, because they may be ideas that can be very profitable. Now, the archangel of the moon, for the most part, is Archangel Gabriel. If you're using Doreen Virtue Archangel card deck, and also it's Archangel Hanael because she's the high priestess of that deck. And then it would be the in the tarot card it would be the high priestess, but also it would be the moon card itself. And that's why you got all these number 18s and stuff already on your chart, because it's primarily talking about your connection to the moon, but also your mother as well. So they're saying this person may have many nights being sleepless, thoughts, and melancholic. And so that's why we will talk about that a little bit more. So you might have monthly recurring difficult nights connected with the full moon or when the moon transits on your natal position. And like that would be a different reading, but that would be like a lunar return. Because it's going to tell you what the moon is from a year from now, stuff like that. And they do the same thing with the sun solar return. So they say a person that has the moon in the 12th house may not control their emotions easily, and they will overflow as the seas tides. They can be fragile and withdrawn. They can be easily hurt even if they do not express their pain. But they can also be strong healers, especially nurturing other people. But I say you have to be careful because even when you go back to your second house. Now remember that Taurus in your 12th house rules your second house, and that's your money. So the implication is you're using your money to strengthen other people, help out, and that's okay to help out a little bit, but you got to take care of yourself too. Because remember, you're here for this is your life, and you're here for a reason. And that's why I said when people don't understand all of this, they get caught up and they become servants to somebody else. And I'm always on a prayer website somewhere. And I remember some female came in and she was out of because all she did was help, 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 and all they did was take, 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 and they let her do everything. Because a lot of times people think that's what the 12th house is about: serve, 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 or maybe they feel guilty or whatever, or they're just trying to be nice. And some people, it's an egotistical reason because then the attention's on them. But then when they find out what it's really like you just became a servant, you know. And sometimes like they'll say thank you sometimes, but it's still it's like a second, oh yeah, we want to thank Sue for helping out and but it's not, and really everybody should be helping out. So you have to know these things because I said my whole life started like that, and you learn as you get along. You learn not to do that. You'll do something, but you're not gonna do it. You gotta let them know I'm not doing everything, so you can't be afraid to speak up. But we'll talk more about that. And that's why you got this Gemini. Remember, Mercury and Gemini are communications. Mercury rules Gemini, so this is why you got all this stuff going on with Mercury and Gemini. Your ascendant Gemini. So you might be a nurse, some type of nurse, because like I said, it's about healing. Cook. And you might have something, a job in places of restriction, because the 12th house is about places of restriction and building, any type of building. It could be a church, it could be a jail, a courthouse, any building actually. So again, the 12th house rules all institutions, hospitals, clinics, but any building, any form of building. And so the 12th house can be a job that involves caring. So they're asking if your 6th or 10th house is placed in Cancer. So your Cancer, yeah, well, how it is, your Cancer is your second house, but it's still, Taurus, still going to deal with your finances. but also where your cancer where your cancer rules over is the fourth house, and you got Virgo, and Virgo is still about health too, health and healing. So that would still be the whole health aspect or nurse aspect. And both Virgo and Pisces, the sixth house and the 12th house, is about healing. And they say you may have female enemies, female problems. And they say these might be someone you perceive as friends, even if you can you're starting to find out that they seem to be backstabbers or somehow some form of opposition or drama or something like that is always connected with these people or your whatever your connection with these people or this person. And they said people with strong Cancer moon emphasis will try to bring doubt in your life or try to put you down or just play you out like almost like a Snow White effect. You'll never be good enough and all that because everybody knows if you know the story of Snow White. I believe was it Snow White? No, it was Cinderella. I'm sorry, Cinderella effect. She was always they told you'll never be good enough. You go clean the floors and all kind of crazy stuff. So they're telling you try not to become paranoid because this can happen, or somehow paranoid or fearful or doubting yourself or doubting this. You gotta reverse that, and you'll be alienated from social life. You just have to be careful, because sometimes you not that you should ever be isolated, even if you are now. I don't know if you are, but even if you are now, you don't want to be isolated. But you do know how to use those times. You have to learn how to use those times for meditation and building yourself up, and you just learn how to pick and choose what you will and what you will not do. Like people think they have no control over their life, but to some degree you do. Now if you are employed by somebody, or if you have your own, like you were talking about your own business, which is a good idea, but that's the only time you really have to be somewhere usually. Now you might have somebody in the hospital, like stuff like that, but I'm saying there's only a few places that you really have to be there. The other places you feel like you have to be there. There's a big difference. Some places you definitely have to be there because they're going to pay your bills and stuff like that. Other places you just feel obligated to be there, and I've learned don't do that. Like don't do that because a lot of places you get yourself caught up in a whole lot of BS where you don't have to be. Like all these children that are being molested by priests, and I'm not talking about any certain religion because you got people in Protestant religions just like Catholic, but you didn't have to be there, but you thought you did. You didn't have to trust the person with your child, but you thought you did. So you don't have to. So you gotta kill that because that's what's killing you. See, you got a lot of 12th house stuff going on, and that's that. The ruler of the 12th house is planet Neptune. Now he's the deceiver, and that's Pisces and Neptune rule the 12th house. So that's the deceiver. And even like I said, people you don't have to have blind obedience to your parents. You don't have to do that. People make that mistake. Somebody telling you something crazy, you don't have to. Now, if you're little and can't do anything about it, it's one thing. But as you get older, as an adult, you don't have to put yourself through any drama on craziness that your parents tried to put you through. And I've been there, done that. So you have to know when to cut those cords, because otherwise, like I said, you'll go through your whole family, you'll go through your whole life worrying about something somebody said to you, years ago, literally decades ago. So you have to learn how to realize nobody on this planet is fully sane, but you don't have to carry nobody else's BS either. That's a choice you make, and I have to say it that way. That's a choice you would make or somebody else would make. But you could also make the choice, hey, listen, I'm not carrying anybody else's stuff. I got my own stuff to carry. And you don't have to be mean about it at all. You just have to make that commitment to yourself that, oh, I'm not going to carry that anymore. Now, like I said, Taurus in the 12th house, it is kind of like a financial, and also Taurus can play mind games with people. That's where you get the bully effect from. But Taurus likes to put value on things. So we're already going a little bit, but it just seems like you were kind of pushed into that. That's why when you look in your second house, I already told you who's there, and they kind of formed your viewpoint, and maybe even put value on certain things. But you have to learn when to let it go. Like some people rush into marriage because they go, "Hey, listen, I'm almost 30." But that shouldn't be the reason to get married. And then that's why those type of marriages fail or people are not happy. And like a lot, when people make decisions that are based on religion, that causes a lot of problems too. Because you're forcing yourself to believe something that may not necessarily be true. It's just a belief people have. Now, Lilith in the 12th house. Lilith in the 12th house will have subconscious energies of malice and undoing. And it's pretty much, and this is the house of past life as well and karma. So sometimes maybe we did do something in the past life that caused us to get what we got in this life, or sometimes some people say that, well, whatever, wherever you find yourself, you kind of agreed to it before you got here. So these are just some of the beliefs. But there will be a feeling of malice or self undoing, and that's in the 12th house anyway. But when Lilith is there, it could even increase that. So they're saying having Lilith in the 12th house can be one of the most dangerous natal placements a person can have. Because the 12th house is directly connected to your subconscious or unconscious mind. As we already said, you could have a lot of fears, anxieties, worries, or like if you did have a parent, kind of, no matter how they did it, because like I said, a lot of people like to try to argue back and forth, and I just don't do that. Like, let me just prove my point. If a guy came up to a female and said, I'm like, he's going to, I want sex from you, and she says no, so he takes it anyway. Now, no matter how you look at it, that's violent. Let's just say he just took it, like, however he did it, but it wasn't violent. But to me, that's still a violent, because she said no and she meant it, and he took it anyway. So whether it was violent or not has nothing to do with it. Because that's how some people try to debate that. Okay, well, he took it, but he didn't throw her around or choke her around. He still took it. It's still violent, no matter how you look at it. So somebody can manipulate you and make you feel a certain way, and somebody can do, because I have people like that around me for most of my life. They're experts at mind fuck, and they're expert at manipulation. They're expert at lying, guilt trips, narcissism, you name it. They're like the top tier. They're like the undisputed world champion of it. So that's something I had to work myself out of. But at the same time, like I said, one thing, nobody on this planet is perfect. And I guess spirituality helped me, because nobody on this planet is perfect. And if you wake up every day being thankful, no matter what you've been through, you can get through it. I mean, being thankful for life, thankful that you still have a place, thankful stuff like that. There's things to be thankful for. But sometimes we wake up, oh, so and so put me through this. So and so did this to me. So and so is such a horrible person. And of course, it's going to be bad because we're going over it over and over and over. And it can take years before you can learn how to breathe and let it go and overcome it. But you have to realize that really, no matter what, nobody's perfect. So not giving a person a scapegoat, not letting a person get away with anything, but to take ourselves through that every single day, It's not gonna help. And like I said, one thing I thought getting older, life would get better. Like I thought, oh, I was a great guy. I served God all these years. I thought getting older, now I'm ready to retire or whatever, ready to go off into the sunset. But no, it's actually worse. It's like, what the hell? Like if you, I have a lot of unique conversations with God. Like what the heck? You know, you can't believe it. So, but one thing I've learned is my thinking has a lot to do with that. Because if I sit here and go, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me, I'm not going to make it. And thank God I'm a survivor because I've been through a lot. So I've learned not to even respond, like not to really let it get to me. You know, so and so, you known this person forever. They've always been that way. They're not going to change, and then it's not going to get any better. It's actually going to get worse. So you have to have a frame of mind to deal with that, because otherwise you're going to have this guilt. Woe is me. Woe is me. And even though some things may have been bad, I'm talking about me right now. It's not as bad as sometimes we make it, but if we keep going over it over and over again, that's how it gets really bad. Because then we're gonna take the victim, and then we think something's owed to us or woe is me, and nothing's gonna get better. So you gotta learn how to put things in proper perspective, learn how to breathe and let go and let God, or however you deal with it. For some it might be a psychology, for some it might be metaphysics, for some it might be spirituality. So again, they say you have Lilith. So both the moon and Lilith can cause nightmares because they call like Lilith different names of the moon: black moon, dark side of the moon. So yeah, now this is the part you have to be careful of, and that's why I'm also worrying about your Saturn retrograde. But even in your case, it's talking about sexuality, but it could also be dark forms of sexuality, rape, unwanted perversions. So Lilith, I was saving it, but the moon conjunct Lilith is very freaky. But it's like the good girl horror thing going on, mother issues, whatever those issues may be, like a mommy dearest, but it could be more, but it's all there. And sometimes the stuff is in a person's subconscious mind, and they haven't, they're not willing to bring it out yet. But all of this is going on, especially with Lilith and stuff like that. So we have to be aware of that because, again, you want to heal and move forward for your own benefit. And like I said, I came from a highly dysfunctional family. So for me, it was a lot of forgiveness and letting go, let God. And I pray for people and stuff like that. But I don't try to change these people anymore because they're making their own choice and they really don't want to hear any, because I do a lot of prophecy, I do a lot of stuff, so they don't really want to hear that and stuff like that. Now, does it affect? Yes, it does, because now I don't want to be a part of a lot of stuff that they're into. But like I said, I still pray for them, and when I can see them, I do. But I don't let anybody you know play mind games on me or try to pull me into something that I don't want any part of. So it's like we have to learn to agree to disagree. So again, you can be dealing with addictions, which we're going to see because your Neptune is in Scorpio, and that's another biggie. So addictions, alcohol, drugs, even prescription medicines. But anything, it's going to be very addictive. Might be a lot of escapism, but it's also a lot of um, obsessions because you got that Neptune in Scorpio as well. So your deeper thoughts might be unbearable. Like I said, I was just listening to a guy in Poland. Now he's in Poland, but he's a gangster rapper. So somebody went to interview him. I think the guy that went to interview him was from England. And I think this white guy from Poland, a gangster rapper, he even rapped with the Game from California. At least that's what they said on the show. So anyway, one question I was asked to him about this gangster rapper in Poland. Uh, You know, you did a lot of things, a lot of dark things in your past that you rhyme about and things like that. Have you ever talked to anyone about that? He is like, no. He said, if anybody tries to talk to me about that, I just crack jokes and then change the subject. He said, because I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to go back to that darkness. But the truth of the matter is, if he's if he's really a gangster, he doesn't want to talk about it because he knows he can do jail time. But still, he has to find a way to heal. He has to find a way to deal with it. Because when people don't deal with that, they're leaving doors open for that stuff to come back out. And if it is abuse, if it is something that shouldn't have been done, it's a strong chance that you may find yourself doing it to somebody else. So that's why you want to deal with it. So Lilith can cause vicious thoughts in your mind, general negativity towards the individual's mind. So they say Lilith will bring harsher sentiments like self wrath, self destruction, other negative feelings. It could still be repression and depression, but they say she's more actively about self wrath. So they're warning about Mars, Pluto, and Saturn, because I already saw your Saturn retrograde. But we'll learn more about that soon. So they're advising you not to use any substances. And they're advising you don't try any way to escape. As far as escapism, not wanting to deal with it, like what that guy said, I'm not gonna talk about that. So you don't want any form of escapism, whether substance abuse, drugs, anything. Because that you saw that rapper 21 just died, and I was listening to a battle rap podcast today, and they were talking about him, and they were saying what they heard allegedly was the pilot tipped him off that they were going to be investigated. So whatever happened, but they say he may have been high because they don't understand why he did that. Because these battle rappers, they're all from the street, and they're saying, well, the plane was full of weed, so why did he try to down just the pills or whatever? And you got to be there, like maybe some of that wasn't his, so he wasn't that worried about it. But they said he was. They said he was actually trafficking because they said that plane was full of stuff, and that's why they don't know why he did that. But maybe he was thinking about his rap career because people, they make stupid decisions. Maybe he's thinking about his rap career, or maybe that other stuff wasn't really his, so he could have been like, well, that wasn't mine and whatever. But he was trying his best to get rid of those pills for whatever reason, or like an addiction because he didn't want them to take it. You know what I'm saying? They're not taking my pills. We don't know why he did it. But either way, he did it, and then he had a heart attack and or seizure, whatever he had, and died at age 21. So we gotta get away from that. If that's the cause, my father was like physical, but it was still a lot of abuse even from my mom. My mom's she's just a master of what she does. That's all I can tell you. She's a master of what she does. But you gotta understand I know what it was though. It's not just her fault. It's where we're at. There's a lot of hatred that's still here that people don't want to talk about. It goes back to white supremacy, goes back to slave days, goes back to the 1960s. It goes back to a lot. So she had a program that she was following and she doesn't even know was in her because she went out of her way to show me I wasn't shit. She wouldn't really want to spend a dime on me, but she's spending unbelievable money on my sisters right in front of me. So she went out of her way to school me. But like when I came here, I know I came for a reason. It wasn't nobody overthrowing me. It never happened. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that was. So I came in the door, but I knew as soon as I got here why I was here. Basically, like as soon as I learned how to read, I grabbed this big child's Bible. I've always been a spiritual person, so I read that whole Bible and stuff. And then from then on, I was reading the real Bible, not just the Catholic child's Bible. So I kind of knew from day one. Plus, it was just like it's a hatred, and you're like, what's the hate? What did I ever do to these people? Because that's how I always looked at them. Like, wow, because I knew what like if you understand Earth angels, you would know what I'm saying. But an Earth angel, they know if they don't forget, they'll kind of know. So I still know the abundance love or where I really come from. I just know, I always knew that. Like it's never been a day where I have not felt that love. So I always knew that, even when I was a little kid. And they always called me old man and stuff like that. So even when I was real little, they're like, yo, you act like an old man, you walk like an old man and stuff like that. So I knew I was here for a reason, still know I'm here for a reason. So I never let that crazy stuff. I mean, it probably bothered me to a certain degree, but what helped me get over all of it was just spirituality, like God, and understanding God and everything. What this planet really is, like a matrix, and then all that. And the more now you can see more and more stuff coming out about this planet that people didn't know before, and all that stuff is now public knowledge. It's like people choose to accept it or they don't. But if you stay in that matrix, then you can't really blame anybody but yourself. Because what people like to do is, why did God let that happen to me? Why blah 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 blah. But then when they're given the opportunity to do something positive about it, they'd rather just sit there and blame somebody else or whatever else. So I try to get people to think, use the brain, because a lot of times people get you to use your feelings but not your brain. Use your brain, and there are ways to heal, and there are ways to use that situation you were through, not only to strengthen yourself but other people around you. And they keep talking about healing when it comes to your 12th house. So they say when you have Lilith in the 12th house, it's illusion, illusion, illusion. So that's why I say when I told you had that stuff to write down, that's something else you could write. You have different pads for different reasons, but you don't want to run. You don't want to hide. You want to deal with it. And any form of abuse, probably that person was abusive too. One thing my father said to me, he never talked about it, and my father used to talk to me about a lot of stuff. But my father said, you don't want to see his father mad. That's all he would say, but he wouldn't say why. But I did see his my grandfather mad one time, and I could tell, because my grandfather was a very big man, and I could tell, I was like, what my poor father went through. And then it didn't stop there, because I talk about the supernatural as well. And with your Scorpio, with the supernatural, you could see like systematically. Like my father really was a nice guy. He really was. He really wanted to know the Bible, and really wanted. He came from the old tradition. Like he came from the 1950s, whereas father knew best, and everybody was home with mother and the family, and the father came home from work and he was treated like a king and shit. But I saw all that change, man, and it was horrible for him. And it wasn't just that. It was like he was systematically just destroyed. Everything he had that made him a man was taken. Like the job he had taken, couldn't find another one. And no matter what he tried, he still had his own business, had heart trouble. Like every step he took, it was like fuckery. And I know what he went through. But I understand it, because I understand the metaphysics, I understand the prophecies, I understand the prophecies that are the real people of God and what they had to go through. I understand, I get it. But it was just sad to watch him be totally brought down. But if you read Deuteronomy 28, you kind of see that prophecy being fulfilled. Like I saw it, because every step he could have stood on was taken from him, and it was almost like somebody was just destroying him and laughing at him. And then when your own wife is used against you, but if you read Deuteronomy 28, that's what would happen. If your own wife's used against you, or your kids don't understand, so they're kind of being used against you. So every dream he had was just destroyed in front of him. And I'm young, and by the time I began to realize what was going on, he didn't trust me either. Like because I didn't know what the hell. I'm just a little kid. I don't know what's going on. But as I got older, I realized, because Slim Shady has a song where he says that, I always thought it was dad. Then as I got older, I realized it was you, and stuff like that. So I saw it all. So what I'm trying to tell you is, we've all been there, whatever your situation is. But there are ways you can do to better yourself, if you want to. It's just the choices you make. But you have to deal with it. It's not just running. Or I'll just run and get a business. No, because this stuff is still going to follow you. It'll be somebody else with the same creepy stuff. I'm telling you right now. The same creepy stuff you've already experienced and went through, it'll be somebody else trying to. Maybe in a different way, but it's the same shit. Because you're here for a reason. You have to learn how to overcome it. And like they say, I think whoever says adapt, observe, overcome, or observe, adapt, overcome. Some people say the Marines say that. Well, let's find out who actually says that. or maybe it might be improvise, adapt, overcome. But I still say observe because that's my strong point. I know how to really observe. They said a quote by Clint Eastwood, but I don't think it. But somebody just printed that. We finally got it. So yeah, it said June 29th, 2019. Talking about Clint Eastwood said improvise, adapt, and overcome. But it says in the U.S. the United States Marine Corps. So that's who said it first. I just wanted to make sure I knew who said it. I didn't want to say it. I was pretty sure it was the Marines, but I didn't want to say the Army or the Marine. So that's why you're here. You gotta go through all this and learn from it. But you heal, but you also help others to heal. Now, like I said, people don't understand why I say what I say, but I say what I say for a reason. Uh, let's just say you did have a mommy dearest. Well, what gave her the right to do whatever? You know. So you just don't, just because your mother or father do something, if it's effed up, don't accept that crap. But like when I looked at my father, I was like ashamed of him. Like, dude, you're supposed to be a man. You know, I was just like a little kid looking at him like, dude, this dude is soft and like you're a wimp. You know, because the stuff he did and what he went through. And I'm not saying I don't know why or whatever. But like I said, y'all gotta understand what I'm trying to tell you. Like I just knew when I came here, I was just looking at this whole planet like, what the hell? You know, what did I get in what did I get myself into? Like, what did I sign on to? Because this is sad. So when I looked at him and the stuff he would do, I was like, man, this is some sucker. And when I get older, and I told him to his face, like, I'm gonna deal with you when I get older. And so I was just a little kid. And he hit me again after that, but I did. You know, as I got older, he knew, oh, you'll never put your hands on me again. You know, ain't no softies over here. So I'm not ashamed of that because this guy was a beast. So the point I'm trying to tell y'all is you gotta step away from certain things. Just because your parents taught you something. If it was wrong, it was wrong. Don't keep cashing that check. Like never feel like you're not up to par. Like I try to tell you because a lot of people run from me because I tell the truth. I'm not gonna pamper anything. But you got to learn how to accept the challenge because that's why you're here. You're not here to duck stuff and run, and because you're gonna pay for that anyway if you do. And then remember, the 12th house is the house of reckoning, and it does have to do with past lives and things like that. So they're saying that Lilith in the 12th house may not want to serve, but that's why the 12th house is there to serve. And they're saying Lilith in the 12th house may not like hospitals or prisons or monasteries. So it's funny because the moon in the 12th house may indicate something like that, but Lilith in the 12th house is against it. But I told you, they already said that it's going to be a lot of like what I call things that oppose each other, but that could also be bipolar because like they really are saying like the Lilith in the moon or the moon conjunct Lilith really could be like the nice girl in the horror or some type of mother issues, or mother might even actually be jealous of you, or mother might actually give you bad advice. Like really, like I said, it's like a mind fuck. It's an emotional mind fuck. And so, like I said, you really would need somebody to tell you the truth to understand it, but you really have to be aware of that because you'll have somebody that just sits there and just keeps criticizing you, and nothing you do is right, or just just all in there, like really all in there. If you're driving, they're gonna say, "Oh, you shouldn't do that. Should have turned here. Well, slow down," or blah blah blah. Or if you're driving, if you make one wrong turn, they'll talk about that all freaking. Like even if like I say you're trying to take them out. Say you're trying to take them out to dinner or whatever. But if you make one wrong turn, they'll talk about it. They'll talk about it. They'll talk about it. They'll talk about it. And you're trying to enjoy dinner. They'll bring it up again. It'll be an hour later. You're at the restaurant now. You're trying to eat, and they'll say, blah blah blah, just like that wrong turn you made. Like, well, why are we still talking about the wrong turn? So, this is shit I've seen my whole fucking life, and like I had to study all this. This is how I know. But you have to know too that this is why you're here. Like, and most of these people, they don't get it. Like, you're here for a reason. When you duck your natal chart, like they don't want me to do their chart. When you duck your natal chart or you run from this, you don't understand that this is why you're here. So at the end of all of this, when you go up to whoever you're going to go up and they're going to be asking you, why did you run from it? Why did you hide from it? It's not going to go well for you. So with me, I just chill. Like I said, and I was one of those people that wanted to, I was do everything 100. I'm a very high achiever and stuff like that. And same thing, you would just get smacked down, smacked down, smacked down, smacked down, smacked down. And you see, let me give you some examples. When you study Apostle Paul, he went through the same shit. When you study Job, he went through the same shit. Look what happened to Moses. Now here's a man that wanted to save these people, according to the Bible, and he got chased out of Egypt. So he lost everything. He was one of the most powerfulest people in Egypt. The moment he tried to help these people, he's got to run out of Egypt. And the person he tried to help said, basically told on him. So he killed an Egyptian trying to help these people. And so then when he tried to tell the other person, hey, don't argue with your brother like that. And the guy said, what are you going to do? Kill me like you did that Egyptian? So he had to leave Egypt because now everybody knew what had happened. So he lost everything in Egypt. And then God waits till he's old. He don't want to be by. He's an old man. Like I just got finished telling you. You think you're old. You think it's over. Then God says, no, it's time for you to go back and save the people. And Moses was like the same people that I tried to save before. And I had to leave because they betrayed me. And if you read it, he didn't want to go back. And God actually got angry and said, you gotta go. You better go back. Now, y'all make sure y'all hear what I'm saying because it's going to be very important. So he didn't want to go back. So God gets angry and tells him, you better go back. So now he goes back and goes through all this hell fighting Pharaoh to save these people. All that. Then they finally get to leave. And for the moment they leave Egypt, those people are complaining and all kind of crazy stuff. And God is still trying to get all the glory. So then they get to the Red Sea. And Pharaoh's coming to get them again. Come in and kill all of them. Now the people are yelling and screaming and not showing no faith. And God is saying to Moses, why are they screaming and yelling? Why are they screaming and yelling? Do what I tell you to do, Moses. So Moses does what God tells him to do. Great miracles are going on with a cloud and the angels in the cloud and all this great stuff. And the angels part that sea, or God part that Red Sea or whatever. And the people walk across on dry land. Now I think they're on the other side now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they're on the other side now. And it's all this drama going on. And God will not bring them into the promised land because he doesn't like their attitude. So now they're stuck out there in the wilderness and they're surrounded by their enemies. God will do that too. To this day. I know because I'm a very spiritual person. He'll put you right in the midst of your enemy. So that's why you're in this 12th house. See, what people try to do, they separate all this stuff. And then people want to pick and choose what they choose to believe. But you're only hurting yourself. like this stuff is real. All this stuff is real. I dedicated my whole life to all this stuff. And there's a reason for everything. So now you're in the midst of your enemies. Nowhere to go. Stuck in the wilderness. So those people keep rebelling and God is killing them and disciplining them. And all this stuff is going on with these people. And then Moses finally has enough. And he finally tells those people off, or he takes some glory that should have been God's. He says, look, this is the water we'll bring for you. Talking about him and his brother, Aaron. This is the water we'll bring from you. And he hits that right. He doesn't do it the way God tells him, and he doesn't say it the way God told him to say it. And then God is like, because you didn't sanctify me at that rock, now you ain't getting in the promised land. Hold up. Ain't this the same dude that got angry with him because he didn't want to go save those people? Now he goes and risks himself saving them people, and then because of those people, he don't get into the promised land. So you made me come all the way out here and do all of this just to tell me I'm not going in. And don't feel bad because none of those people made it either. God said nobody's going in the promised land until all those people are dead. So all those people had to die. I mean, anybody that was considered the chosen people of God, all those people died in that wilderness. And then the only two that got out was Joshua and Caleb because they showed faith in God and they obeyed him. So in some ways, it's a repeat, and people just don't realize that. But you got another scripture from the Messiah, the one they claim to be serving, in Matthew 7, where he says, broad and spacious is the road to destruction. Narrow and cramped is the road to life. So in other words, there's going to be another massive thing of people not getting in, even though they think they're getting in. And that's why this stuff I'm trying to tell you is important. So if you heard anything I said, you can expect drama. Because in Job's case, they killed his whole family. And the only person they let stay alive was his wife. And she was going to curse God and die. So it's going to be drama. And then when you go to, I think it's Matthew chapter 10, where Jesus said your enemies will be people of your own household. And he's like, you better not love your family more than you love me. So it's always going to be drama when you understand that. And remember, your 12th house is a spiritual house. That's why it's ruled by the fish, Pisces. And the fish Pisces is ruled by Neptune. So that's why they call Messiah the fisher of men. So your 12th house connects directly to that spirituality. And it's a mistake when people divide it, or people pick and choose what they're going to choose to believe and what they're not. All they're doing is deceiving themselves, and that's what the 12th house is all about: deception. So when you begin to notice and see it the way it should be seen, that's how you start to calm down. So if you got like crazy relatives, you try your best not to let them get to you. And you're always, like I said, 2019 was a year from hell. Everything went wrong. All kind of crazy stuff was everything. But again, if you make it out of 2019, even with the skin of your teeth, you made it out. So you can still be thankful. And it's no sense looking back or carrying shit. Because, like I said, people that have been a certain way for 40 or more years, they're not going to change. Say, well, those people, they just have energy that's unhealthy. Well, pray. Because there ain't nothing else you can do about it. Pray, be careful, stay humble, and still find things to thank God for. Because you like I said, some of these people that you're talking about, but they still help you too. Like poor my best friend Talia, she's been through hell on this planet, horrible. She is in the Guinness Book of World Records for having the largest tumor. So if you happen to see that on TV back in 2000 or 2001, whenever it was, that's my best friend. And she is in the Guinness Book of World Records on TV, the TV show, for having the world's largest tumor. And anything you can do to a female has been done to her. Anything you can do to a person has been done to her. And now one of the persons she's living with now, that's one of the biggest people that violated her over and over again. And I don't know what happened with that because me and her lost contact, but she ended up staying with him. It might have been because she had nowhere to go. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. And nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to be with somebody that violated and stuff like that. But each person has to make their own decisions. Because it might have been that choice or nowhere to be. Because like I said, you have to understand, like I think the situation is better. I really don't know. Because I don't talk to her like I used to. Remember, I've known her since 1994. And some stuff you just don't want to know because it's just sad. You know? And you just get in the habit of praying for people. You're hoping and praying that things got better. But when you're in a situation where can you go? But let's say I'll go if you can get in, because nowadays you can't just go to like some of these people in whatever you call it, a home or whatever, but you can't just it's a waiting list. Like I know out here in Jersey, it's a waiting list for everything. So that's why I'm trying to tell you. Sometimes what you do is a matter of survival, because it might have been the streets, and when you need medication and stuff like that, or you got children, you got to make choices, and they're not going to be the best choices. And people say, well, why, that's horrible. But I just showed you from the scripture. All the stuff is in the scripture. It's just that people pick and choose what they want. So then they're in a fantasy world. Because they think it ain't supposed to be no problems. You ain't supposed to be hit. You're not supposed to be whatever happens to you. But if you went into the scripture, that stuff was going on in there too. And I'm not justifying it. I'm just being realistic. Because you're not going to deal with reality if you're running. And what happens when you have to deal with reality? So once you learn how to deal with reality and you become stronger, you can heal and you can help other people heal. And this is why Joyce Meyer, she didn't have to tell everybody her father repeatedly raped her and beat her up, but she did. Now I don't know if you know who Joyce Myers is. You probably do. One of the biggest Christian ministries in the world. But she didn't have to tell the world that, but she did. But by doing so, not only did she help heal herself, she's healing other people, and she even helped her father heal. Which a lot of people, when they did that, they would have said, "Fuck him. He's a rapist. What he did to me, fuck him. He should burn in hell for." I'm not telling him shit, but she didn't do that. So everything happens for a reason is what I'm trying to tell you, and it was important to tell you that because it's the 12th house. And don't worry, we will get to the other information as well. But again, you did the right thing. You got your natal chart because it's telling you why you're here, and you're getting insight into these things. So with Lilith in the 12th house, you may always be worrying about possible enemies, or you might have phobias, or still going through whatever you went through with that whole, the moon does represent the mother, the whole moon Lilith thing. But that's why I'm trying to explain these things to people so that they can really deal with it. So the 12th house is a gate of previous lifetimes. You may also have karmic enemies or karmic energies from past incarnations. So that's what I was trying to tell you. You may actually meet people. Not saying that this is the case, but let's just say you had a bad relationship with both parents, but you may actually meet people that are not really blood related that you know of, and they have similar traits. Like my twin flame was a lot like my family, like just nutty, just like nutty, obsessive, nutty. No energy to work it out, but endless energy for bullshit, payback and crazy stuff, and just trying her best to mind fuck me. She was a master of that. So that's what that's saying. But again, when you know that, you can learn how to deal with it and deal with it better. When you run from it, then it's not going to go away. So you may be constantly suspicious with Lilith in the 12th house. And they say Lilith will try to run from 12th house matters. Everything we're talking about, Lilith doesn't want to really be there. She'll try to run from it. But Lilith in the 12th house will also be very inquisitive or wanting to know secrets and stuff like that. And she did even many dangerous ones. So now that you know all this about your 12th house, realize that Gemini is also affiliated with gossiping. Because I know Gemini is in your first house, but all this is going to work together. So you also want to try to avoid gossip because that can come back on you. In fact, you might get accused of some shit that didn't have nothing to do with you. Somebody might be accusing you of gossiping about them. Did you have my name in your mouth? Keep my name, keep my business out your mouth, and you don't even know what they're talking about. So you got to be aware of that too. That's why you got to be careful who you're around. Not that you're afraid, but you do have to be careful who you're around, and you have to be careful of the perception, because like I said, that whole 12th house and all those other signs I was telling you, they have to do with perception as well. So you got to be very careful how you're dealing with other people's business, other people's information, because it can come back to haunt you, and you can even get accused of some stuff you didn't even do. And a lot of this information may have to deal with sex because you're talking about your 12th house. We already talked about the 12th house, the sexuality and stuff like that because of Lilith or the moon or whatever's going on with anything in that house. And then they mentioned physical abuse again, trauma, and taboo matters. And last time I just did a chart about this, Lilith in the 12th house, and I looked up the word taboo because I didn't want it to look like it's just me. No, but taboo is taboo. Like even when I put the word taboo, anything came up. Porn, incest, you name it, it all came up. So that's taboo. And like now that I understand metaphysics, like everybody here is here for a reason, whether they know it or not, and stuff like that. And even when I look back, I can see it, just why certain things happen the way they did and stuff. And that's what that's what Joyce Myers was saying. Because one day she really talked about like she said this to her church, like, and she has a mega church, and she stood up in front of those people and she told those people what her father did to her. And it wasn't just him; he was bringing over his brother or some his uncle and stuff to him. And she told the church that and all that. And I was just sitting there watching her talk. Because I never understood Joyce Myers. I didn't know all that. But I would watch her and I would say, wow, because I was younger when I saw her. I was like, man, what is her problem and stuff? And then when I found out, I said, now it makes sense to me. Now I totally understand. But she was just standing up there and the whole church was there and she was telling what they did and stuff. She was talking about it. And then she just went into her own little world. And she was like, she said, I really don't know why God let this happen to me. And I don't know why I had to go through all of that. And she just said something like, but I know if it hadn't happened to me, I wouldn't have this ministry. Like if it hadn't happened to me, I wouldn't be helping all these people get saved and stuff. And then she just got real quiet and she went into her own little world. And everybody was I'm watching her on TV and all her church, and she's got a mega church. They're all just watching her stand on that stage by herself. And then she kind of said to herself, I'm glad it happened and shit. And I knew what she meant, but I wasn't applauding that shit. I'm a fighter. I'm like, nah, he should have died. I would have killed that motherfucker. Because my father, like, God killed my father before I would have. At that age, now, older, I wouldn't do it. But there. I was destined. Because I was a psychopath. I was just smiling, waiting for that day. And I let him know what was coming. And then he died. Like I said, if anybody killed him, it was probably my mother. Like, because she was in a car with him when she took him from the hospital. She didn't literally kill him, but my mother has a very strong supernatural presence, very strong. And nobody wanted him to come home because it was Christmas. And the hospital let him come home. My little sister was crying. I'm not ready for him to come home yet. She's crying, and nobody wanted him because he was always ruining our Christmas and stuff. And I was more observant. I was just more observant of everything. I was just studying everything. So my mother left to go pick him up, bring him back, and they stopped at the gas station or something. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if they were arguing or not. But he died at the gas station. But he died. But that was karma because he was always messing our Christmases up and stuff like that. Like that was his biggest mistake was the violence. And that's why I learned a lot from my father. And my brother-in-law always tells me that I learned a lot from my father and stuff. That's why I'm saying stuff now. Like I've learned how to just I learned how to just trust God. Whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. Like I woke up today with one plan and just dealing with some of the people I'm talking about now that totally messed those plans up. But I learned to just submit to the day. Submit to the day and be thankful. Whatever's going on. So like Apostle Paul, if you read 2 Corinthians chapter 12, God was allowing him to be supernaturally attacked. He talks about being buffeted by a messenger of Satan. If you look at what the Bible word buffet means, like if you use a concordance and use that word buffeted, it goes to violence. Because when they asked Jesus, are you the Son of Man or whatever, and he said, I am, or whatever he said, the moment he said it, they began to buffet him. So they were physically hitting him, spitting on him and hitting him. So this spirit is actually attacking Paul in 2 Corinthians 12. And David talks about it too in Psalms 23, Psalms 119. He says the princesses were persecuting him. He's talking about principalities, princesses. So you see that, and even in Matthew chapter 4, the Holy Spirit took Jesus to be tempted of the devil. So this is nothing new. It is in Scripture, but they just don't talk about it. So you learn these things. So me, I wanted to know the truth. So I study everything, but from scriptures, history, metaphysics, and stuff like that, because I wanted to understand what makes this world tick, what's going on this planet, and I understand it now. Like, some things are going to happen because it's supposed to happen, whether you like it or not. And I'm not saying you clap and thank God that it happened, but she did, because she kind of understood it. She didn't understand it, but she kind of understood why it had to have happened. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I don't understand that. But you see the ministry, and you have to understand, like, it's a lot of metaphysical stuff that happens that if I told you, you wouldn't understand it. But I was talking about Joyce Meyer in one of my more recent videos on this channel. But she doesn't back down. So even when she has one of the biggest Christian ministries. Now the government wanted to see the books about the money. She wouldn't she wouldn't do it. And then other Christians don't necessarily agree with Joyce Myers. They're like, why doesn't she stop? And I think she wears pants sometimes. I don't watch her that much, but I think she does wear pants sometimes. Why is she wearing pants? And they say, why doesn't her husband taking her? So they don't know what they're messing with. They don't know what they're messing with. Just like when Jesus came, they told him, "Why are you doing this? Why aren't you celebrating the Sabbath and stuff like that?" So in John chapter 3, he basically said, "I represent the wind or the spirit, and I don't have to explain myself to you." Like at the end of the day, he even said, "The Lord of Sabbath. You can't tell the Lord of Sabbath what to do on the Sabbath. I'm the Lord of Sabbath, so you can't tell God what to do." So that's just foolish. So when you really learn how to follow spirit, you learn how to just bow down. When you see something happening, you learn how to just bow down instead of questioning it. So again, the 12 houses, you just have to learn whatever you went through was for a reason, and the best thing you can do is to learn how to spiritually deal with it. Because otherwise, all you're going to be doing is, why did this happen to me? Why did that happen to me? And, some people can get real bitter. Or like I said, or like a lot of stuff happens because if you were abused, then you're going to abuse somebody. So when you learn the reasons why, the metaphysics, you may not go that route. Because see, I would never go that route. I try to go the other route. And me, I realize, like I said, the Bible talks about Joseph. Joseph actually saved his family because none of them were ready to serve God to the extent that God wanted them to serve him. Even though you had Jacob before you had Joseph, but even Jacob wasn't ready for the prophecies that Joseph was trying to give him. He wasn't ready. So God had to pull Joseph away from his entire family because he had a bigger plan. And then he used Joseph to save him. Just like Joseph told those people, "You're going to bow down to me." And that's why they were mad at him. But they did end up bowing down to him. So you got to let God be God. Let God and let go and let God. And you got to find out why you're here and stuff like that. And you can't do bubblegum astrology because you're only doing yourself a disservice. And you're going to have to pay for that because you're here for a reason. And all this stuff is on your natal chart. And that's how like a guy like me can know. I can already tell you what happened. And pretty much I'm usually pretty right. And if I'm off, I'm not off by that much. But usually I'm pretty much right because that's why you're here. Your natal chart is telling you why you're here. So then they say Lilith will try to hide things under the carpet, but see, in the 12th house, you're supposed to talk about it. All right, before we're not done yet with your 12th house, but I want to see what phase the moon was in when you were born. Just give me a moment to get all that together. Now, ironically, your birth date was a big thing happened on 2017, and that was your year, and I'm not going to say your year or anything, but a big thing happened. I think you may be aware of that. I hope you are. And if you have YouTube, just look it up. Just put your month and date and 2017 and watch everything come up on YouTube. And even that would be kind of like of a biblical prophecy because of the years. All right, so give me a moment. Let's do this again. All right, so then the moon was waning gibbous. It was while it didn't. Let me do something else. Just bear with me because I want to check something else. So in 2017, it was a waxing crescent moon. It was 4 days after new moon. And now when you were born, it was a waning gibbous moon. Waning gibbous personality. This is moonglow.com. Let me see. Say doing a waning gibbous moon. Let me just see. I want to make sure. Okay. It's a great time for putting together projects. Finish the projects. Begin a process of cleaning out your mental and emotional space. See, they can say healer, natural healers. So that's why I said so you can heal. You can help heal yourself and heal others. So they said it's a public service, and that's why it's in your 12th house. That's house of service. And Virgo is service, and so is the 6th house ruled by Virgo, service. All right, so just give me a moment. I'm trying to see this. He said this person wrote very small, so I just have to copy it and paste it somewhere bigger. See, that's all I can tell people. Even though Joseph's brothers tried to kill him, when he told his parents and everybody, every his family who he was, and God was going to use him, they didn't support him. They all got mad at him and junk. But like I said, you got to understand, these chosen people of God have always been like drama kings and drama queens. So that's nothing new. That's why I said, like, it's kind of like being a hypocrite. Like, take a dude like me. That's all I've done is study the Bible all these decades. So to see this stuff in the Bible and then be around these people and then mad, I'm mad at them. But they've always been rebellious. They've always been stiff-necked. They've always not supported somebody that stood up and said, hey, I'm the Messiah. Yeah, right. Stop telling us that crap. This is what his brother, this is Jesus. This is in your Bible. When Jesus told his brothers and sisters, like some people don't even know Jesus had brothers and sisters, but he did. It's in the Bible. That's why I laughed that so many people got Bibles and they don't know this stuff is in there. They were like, man, don't tell us that. He's having the Messiah. They said, stop telling us that. You always talk. Go out and tell the people. Don't tell us. We're sick of hearing you talk about you're the Messiah. Get out of here. So sometimes it's a melancholy, or even I'm even going to say the word sick way. But the people that really run this, they just have a really unique sense of humor. And a lot of stuff that you go through, it's kind of like funny to them. And why is it funny to them? Because they know they can change your situation at any moment. And sometimes we make that mistake because we forget that the people that really put us here, they're watching us. But it's up to us to pick up the ball and start to move with it. And when you start to pick up the ball, you realize that they told you they're never going to leave you nor forsake you. And they told you your needs will always be taken care of. So if you remember that when you start to go through whatever, you'll be better off. But a lot of times you forget. Or sometimes you work so hard, you're just so tired. But then they're looking at you like, why do you work so hard? Why don't you put faith in spirit? So these are things you learn on your own sometimes. Because like I could talk to y'all till I'm blue in the face. But I do see some people learning. One of my clients, they just started their page. They just started their website. They got an Instagram and a website today, and they did it on Friday the 13th. So I watched them do a card reading and things like that. But that's healing as well. So again, they say this person can be a teacher, a writer, a holistic healer, a nurse or doctor. And this female in her she's a lawyer now. And that's when she first passed the bar. Now, I'm not bragging or boasting, but everything I say like is facts. It's not like I'm just making stuff up. Because she had tried to pass 2 times. Then with me, I came in after the 2-time failures. That's when I came in. And then she passed the 3rd time. And then I was somewhere a long time ago in the 1990s. And this guy was trying to get something over and over and over again. And never got it. Then I came in and I did it. And he had it like within 5 days after I came. And then because it's kind of hard, he doesn't want to say, oh, because of you, but it was. It's like, come on, dude. If you tried, you've been here now for 6, 7, 8 months. Let's say you've been here now for 8 months and you've been trying and never get it. I come in and you have it in 5 days. So of course it was me. So never let people play you out, because that goes back to what I said earlier, where she wrote the song. Paula wrote the song, but Jane was saying, no, I did it. Don't let people do that to you. Never. Like when you have a misconception of the Bible, they think you really think somebody smack you in the face, you just turn the cheek. No, you have to understand what was going on. If that was true, there wouldn't be no need for a book of Revelation, because he didn't turn the cheek in Revelation. He told me he got the sword, and he told the Christians that if they don't get their act together, he's coming with the sword. So why didn't he turn the cheek? Or if it's all about, I forgive you, just forgive everybody, it would be no need for Revelation. He just go, you people are wicked, but I forgive you. So you gotta use common sense. And the reason why he told the people turn the other cheek, because they were about to go into bondage by the Romans. So he was telling them, you ain't gonna win. So if you guys stand up if you want to, but you're only going to get overthrown anyway. And that's what happened, because they did try to stand up and fight the Romans, and the Romans destroyed them and their city and burnt everything to the ground, including the temple. So they should have just went ahead and went in captivity like he told them. But other than that, that's just stupid. That's like, if you work hard, you have a right to benefit from working hard. You don't let somebody just come and just take your stuff. That's just stupid. So that's why you got to get the foolishness out of it. Like I told you, there's a lot of deceptions with planet Neptune. You have to learn to get the foolishness out of you so that you can enjoy life. And like I said, I'm one tough SOB because that's the way God made me. But I'm a happy person. I might not sound like it because of the way I teach. I don't know. But I'm not changing nothing anyway, because I know for a fact. Here's the deal. A lot is going on, and a lot of people are deceived. And a lot of people are trying to take the easy way out. But you got to go the way. Whoever gave you whatever, because they'll go somewhere else. It's still astrology, though. They say, oh, I'll go here because this person makes me feel good. And this person, they make me feel a certain way. But is your life really changing for in the spiritual way better? Probably not. It may be changing in a different type of way. You might feel a little bit better, smile a little bit more, and that's good too. But you're still here for a reason. What is your purpose? Why are you here? And are you on your purpose? So if you're not, then I call that a falsehood, and I call that bubblegum astrology, because someday you're going to have to answer to somebody as to why you never got in your purpose, and that's because you were running because of different reasons. Because God's not going to make everything easy for you. I already told you that you're here for a reason. That's why people don't understand when I talk the way I talk. My father was out of control. He needed to be set down. I'm not afraid to do that. That's like you see like cops, bad cops. How many people stand up to him? They're not going to. Now more and more you're seeing more and more people stand up to bad government, bad this, bad that, because people are sick. They're tired of being afraid. And that's how your world changes. You can't be a coward. You have to be willing to stand up. And in your case, however you use these gifts, your gifts. And that's to heal yourself and others. All right. Can y'all hear that rain? All right. So now, so the one thing about it, if you don't let Lilith or whoever, the moon or whoever, or you hide these things deep, and you can deal with them, and dealing so you can heal yourself, and you'll be able to heal other people as well. And like I said, life will never really be easy, but the more you're aware and the more you learn how to be wise, you can definitely limit a lot of the pain. A lot of the pain. Cause like I said, me, I'm a little bit different at this day and time. But see, also I'm well aware of what's going on. See, you can listen to people like Mark Taylor, official, because he's telling you a lot about what's going on, the secret indictments there are, and how life really is. See, because when you know how life really is, you think twice. Oh, I think I'm gonna go to the church. Okay, but what church are you going to, and what does that church really believe? And you get to understand certain things. So therefore, you can't be deceived because now you're thinking, and you won't allow yourself to be deceived. Nor will you just trust your children with just anybody. Like higher realm holistic healing or higher realm healing, whichever one, higher realm holistic or higher realm healing. That's Veronica. That's somebody else that's showing you what's really going on and teaching you spirituality and probably metaphysics and things like that. Because Jesus said about the mystery of the kingdom. And that's what I'm into, the esoteric, the hidden things and things like that. All right. So now we'll look at the numerology Yeah, so you kind of do see a male presence there because your Lilith is 5 degrees, and again, that is the 5 tarot card is the Hierophant or Pope, and he's Taurus energy. So you do kind of see that male presence there as well. Yep. And you're 5'5", you're 5 degrees, 5 minutes. So any type of repeating fives is like the Mother Mary energy as well, and she's also Earth sign, and she also kind of connects with the moon, and that's kind of what happened on September 21st, 2017. It had a lot to do with the Mother Mary energy. So if I was you, I would try to figure out where were you on September 23rd, 2017, and things of that nature. And see, then you got that 11 again. And 11 degrees either going to be that Leo energy, the Strength card, or it's going to be that Libra energy, the Justice card. And then it has 11 degrees and 12 minutes. Well, 12 would represent the 12th house. It also represents the Hangman, which is Pisces energy. So you just don't want to hold it in. You don't want to hold it in the 12th house. You want to find safe ways to deal with it. All right, now in your 3rd house, communication, the brotherhood, people around you, the environment around you, talent, writing, creativity, definitely children, because Gemini rules that 3rd house and Leo rules the 5th house, but it's all its children. Could be short distance travel. Give me one moment. And I think that's pretty much 19 degrees, which is the Sun card. And that's funny because I have the literal Sun in Leo, and you have the Sun in by the Sun card Leo. So that's why that 11 degrees with your moon is probably Leo energy, which is the Strength card. So that may have something to do with your twin. And then it's number 22, which is the twin flame. And usually Pallas, that's the asteroid Pallas. Usually that is your that's usually your, it could be your twin flame. So you're seeing Leo energy associated with your twin flame or somebody you're gonna find your relationship in. It's a Leo Gemini energy there. And then it goes to Jupiter at 25 degrees. The number 25 is law. And Jupiter can represent money, expansion, finance, but also represents what you believe, your belief system. So this person might use communications, entertainment to broadcast or publicize. And it's 25 degrees 4 minutes, but that number 4 would be the Aries card. So that could be some masculine energy or some Aries energy, but again, it takes you right back to your first house, which is ruled by Aries. So it's still giving you that whole Gemini or almost like a form of twin thing. And then when you have Jupiter conjunct Venus, it's definitely love, it's fun, it's communication, it's definitely finances because both Jupiter and Venus are about finances, belief system. And like I said, Leo is fun. And 27 is a number of somebody who's a good diplomat. And you are in a communication house. So it is kind of like a leader because Leo plus is fun. And the 25 represents a law. That could be some type of payout. It could be because you do see like I said where your Gemini is. Gemini rules your third house. So I am seeing that on a lot of charts because they're encouraging people who have been victimized, and you do see this in the news. But they're encouraging people who have been victimized to speak out, and you see financial rewards because of it. Because even in your ascendant is Gemini, and it's 11 degrees 15. Well, 15 is Capricorn energy. It is a double card, but Capricorn energy is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn can also be the law. And the fourth house, like when you look at your fourth house, Uranus represents the change of what you previously thought. Uranus comes to shake that up and change it. Like Uranus will shake it up and change it, and Pluto will transform it. Transform it. Now, so whenever you have Virgo in the fourth house, we already explained what Capricorn rules the fourth house is all about: the home, education, children pretty much studying. Real estate, property, the mother of Imum Coeli, health, vehicles, and travel. But now this Virgo, so Curious is there at 13, that's Scorpio energy. But then it's just 21, which is Karmic energy. Pluto is, like I said, absolution is transformation. It could be secrets, could be sexual, but there's healing because it's a number 44. It's 20 degrees, number 44, but 20 degrees would be the Pluto energy of the Judgment card, and that could be about absolution. And then Uranus is at 20 degrees or what? And remember, Pluto with that number 44 is again the healing number. And Virgo is also about healing. Now Uranus pulls up, but it's again showing that it's not fully it's kind of unbalanced. And Uranus is 25 degrees, but then it has that 5 again. And that 5 will take you right back to that Pope area. And then you got the Sun at 28 degrees, which again is we know the number 28 kind of tells you when it's too much, but we just want to get a better understanding of what's going on there. All right, let's see this. So Sun in the fourth house, person trying to develop their early roots, which includes immediate family, heritage, and ancestral background. Now again, this could be her family she was born out of, coming out the womb, or it could actually be her family. A lot of times when it's talking about your mate or your soulmate or whoever, it may even include them. All right. So this person's gonna be focused on the development of family ties. This will include immediate family, heritage, and ancestral background. All right. So this will be emotional undercurrents, hidden factors that shape our conscious personality. All right. So the family background therefore affects individual confidence and identity. Now you heard what I told you about Uranus will shake you up, the question your consciousness. It looks like there's also your belief system getting conscious checked as well. So the family background affects a person's confidence and identity. All right. So this person wants to be proud in their home, but I kind of get the idea they're gonna do their. They may have already done it, but they're gonna do their own background check. I just got that feeling, and the reason why they're gonna do it because something just seemed to be missing, and they're gonna like check their family, like not just their immediate, but over who brought them into this world. Check that family out too, and maybe even more than that. All right. So they say a person's own home own space will help them with introversion and introspection. That says the relationship with the father may have been important, and the solar light is projected onto a male figure in the home. All right. In addition, an individual is heavily influenced by his or her father's wants and creative expressions. The past undoubtedly has a powerful influence over the unfolding personality. Often there will be a need to find fulfillment through creating a home that gives the type a sense of security and safety. It's all about coming back to one's origins and digging inside for the depths of the early feelings. The past undoubtedly has a powerful influence over the founding personality. Often there will be a need to find fulfillment through creating a home that gives all type a sense of security and safety. It is all about coming back to one's origins and digging inside for the depths of their early feelings. Some with this placement also need to stay near the childhood home, maintaining early relationships and recreating the nostalgia feeling. So whatever the person is doing, they're seeking for some type of feeling of security. And they're saying some people with the sun here, they may have a strong sense to want to settle down. All right, let's look for some other stuff. So the argument is a strong need to shine in one's own dwelling place, and an individual may work from home. All right. So the person is looking for some type of inner unity, thought, feelings, perceptions, and actions. All right. So inner unity for all thought, feelings, perceptions, and actions. In the same way we are biologically self-maintaining and self-regulating, the IC, that's the Imum Coeli, and the fourth house serve to maintain the individual characteristics of the self in stable form. The Imum Coeli is usually influenced by the mother though in the fourth house. So they say this person may be very private, introverted, and subjective. Deep family attachments occur through both positive and negative experiences. All right. So it's interesting how, like I said, that's 28 degrees too. So that's still like a little over the, like a little extreme or whatever, not balanced. Just to say this, to go with that, whenever you have Scorpio in the sixth house, that could be a situation with scandal. And even at 22, 22 is always like could be like a twin flame number. And you got the 14 again. So I'm just gonna double check. So 14 will be that Temperance and Sagittarius again. Still taking you back to the Jupiter and Sagittarius energy. So they keep doing it. See, the other 28 was 18, but that's like moon energy and that Gemini, and then they gave you a 28 this time with the sun. Yep. See, the more you look, the more you see. See that 28 is in Aries and Saturn retrograde, which is 9, which is Virgo. So, and they already told you the sun is kind of like the father. So I don't know if she had a good relationship with her parents or not, but it's definitely giving you that it's giving you that implication. And just so you know, Pluto transforms and things like that, but it's kind of it's just making an implication that might not have been that great of a And Pluto also deal, like Pluto and Scorpio both deal. They both deal with secrets and the underworld. Could deal with anything with spirits, anything with power struggles. Could be sexual, and it could still be it could be taboo. It could be freaky, and it could be scandalous. And whenever you see Neptune and Scorpio, it could even have went public. Like whatever was going on is kind of scandalous, and it could be public. But you got to remember, like even Virgo and the sixth house deal with small children too. So does Gemini, and so does Leo. And see, even when you see the Leo, she sees a 19, and with that 22, and that 22 just keeps popping up in these areas. And Juno will mean she will find herself in a type of relationship with either Libra, or that's in the fifth house, so Leo as well. And then it gives you 28 again in Libra. So it's just giving you that 28 is really, it's giving you the implication of improper. Like I told you, 28 is like not balanced. Like it's extreme. Like if it was the money, it would be like, okay, they got money, but it's not a balanced view. Like they haven't learned a balanced view of money. But on your chart, your 28 is basically showing really like an aggressive, but even an abusive situation. And even at 28 could be like an ego, a type of ego type situation. But in your fourth house, they equated the son with the father. But you can see that because even the Aries energy could be the father. Even that number 4 card, like if you have a tarot reading and that 4 comes up, they're going to tell you that's either like your father or your employer or some type of masculine, like kind of like a aggressive energy. And Lilith is also known for mistreatment of children. So that's what it seems to be going on. And there may have been a settlement, financial settlement because of it. Because remember, like Neptune is definitely like scandal, but even in the third house, it's still communications. And even the 25, and like I said, it's that 4 again. 4 is Aries, like that aggression. Okay, so now we're going to continue. And don't worry, this person asked a couple other questions. We will be addressing those questions that she asked as well. It's just that when I interpret the natal chart, I have to interpret it by the way it was given from the universe. Like when you're dealing like in a Western society and a lot of materialism, people just want to brush all that under the rug, don't remember it or whatever. But the universe actually wants people to bring it out, discuss it, so that they can get healing and other people can get healing too. This is why this is going on like in the 12th house, because that's house of service. And in Virgo, also, that's also service. So that's the way it's supposed to be done. So I have to teach it the way the universe was given. All right, so we learned a lot, and we learned a lot about that number 28 has a lot to do with this situation. Now we will go many times, like I said it earlier. You're like my twin flame is a lot like the people in my family, so that's why you'll see that in your readings. It'll be a similar energy. So we definitely see there was some type of family stuff going on, and they definitely using the sun and the moon because they said even the sun in the fourth house where we're at would be the father, and then you see the Saturn retrograde up above in Aries, and Saturn retrograde is the male, usually male energy, and it usually definitely depicts problems with authority and other things, which we will get to when we get there. And that 28 is definitely with the ego. See what I'm saying? 28 is EP, ego. The sun can be ego. And then it's also with good fortune. So they're giving an implication that this situation with her was largely based on materialism or money. And it's looking like both parents had a concern with that. And that's it's kind of ironic because that's what she's asking about, like business and stuff like that. And then, but in this case, not always, but in this case, you can see that could be dangerous. That could be because that 28 is really overbalanced, and this is what happens when we're dealing with the ego as well. Because some people think that they're above whatever, they're above whatever, and you're kind of seeing that on this chart through the numerology, the placements. So the fifth house is ruled by the sun and Leo, because the sun rules Leo, and you see that 28 good fortune again, but 28, like I said, is overbalanced. Maybe a little extreme, or like people that just think it's okay. And when you see that Aries, same thing. True North Node, 28 degrees, and it doesn't have an aura. Just so y'all know where I'm at, I'm in the 11th house. But it's saying 10, but you gotta count from Gemini, because that's your ACAP. So Gemini is about 12, between 12 and 1. So that's your first house, and Cancer will be the second. So that's why that number 10 actually becomes number 11. So you just have to know how to count natal charts. And that's why I always tell people, get your chart done by an expert, because you're doing yourself a disservice when you do it for the wrong reasons. Like if you're doing it because all you want to hear is what you want to hear, you're just wasting your time. It's like having somebody put gasoline in your car, but your car takes only a certain gasoline. See, that would be the truth. And then you put some untruth in it and think everything's going to run right, and it's not. You're going to have systematical breakdowns. And even her Mercury is still 19 degrees. That's the sun card. All right, so let's look at Libra. Libra in the fifth. And just give me a moment. Okay. I don't know why I couldn't find it online, but I do have it in my own documents. So in a case like this, it's in love with love, marriage is a hobby. is looking for a partner, but it's more like a hobby. It's not serious. Joining dating sites as a hobby. Inability to choose one romantic partner due to indecision. And they wrote it. They said an apathetic approach to romance. So I wouldn't really look at that. So it's indifference, but we're finding out why for people who are listening. Because the way I did this is I try not to jump the gun, and I like to get the experts to say it. So whatever she went through, this is all going back to the family. Is why you keep seeing Leo in the fourth house, and it's all going back to the family. So this is why she has an indifference towards it. And you got to remember how this works out, because people forget. Because like it's their first time hearing me say it. So the first thing a person might say is, "I don't have an indifference to." But this is going over your whole lifetime. So depending on your age, this could have been when I get it. This is my first time seeing it or analyzing it. But it covers your whole life on this planet now. Your past from the beginning of you being here, all the way up to now. Your future on this planet is going to be covered, and any past life stuff will also be covered. But it was definitely an apathy, but that's because of what happened in House 4 and the other houses we already mentioned. House 12, even House 2. So this is why the person had an apathy or indifference. Because once, like if a woman feels all men are dogs, she honestly doesn't care no more. And like I said, if you ever talk to any prostitutes, because they used to always come specials on TV, and that was one thing they said. They said, listen, I'm no different than any other woman. There's not a woman here that's not fucking for money. Whether they want to call it that or whatever. So that's how they see it. What difference does it make? And that's the apathy towards, whatever. And that is the fun house. See, that's the fun house. That's the pleasure. That's the fifth house. Fun and pleasure. And if you were dating somebody in the fifth house, you wouldn't really take it too serious. Like this is a totally different Libra than the one we talk about. Because usually we're talking about Libra when they really want a relationship and they're in a fantasy world about the relationship and stuff like this. But Libra in the fifth house is more like just a partner. And it's ironic because that's the word she used a couple of times when she contacted me. A partner for this or a partner for that. So that's just showing you the power of astrology. And this is why I'm going to say it again. You always get your chart done by an expert. Now, once you have your chart done by an expert, such as myself, you can go whatever you want. You can go to anybody because this is all astrology. So no matter where you go, whatever they tell you, it's going back to your natal chart. See, in the ideal sense, you want to deal with people that know. Like I know astrology, I know the tarot cards, the archangel cards. You need people like that because if you get a tarot reading and they don't really know astrology, they can give you a reading, but you're not gonna know what they're really talking about. Because what does that card correspond with? And if you say, oh, well, that corresponds with Libra, you could grab your natal chart and go right wherever Libra is, and also Libra rules your seventh house. So her fifth house is gonna have a lot to do with her seventh house. So when you know all that, you can have a clear understanding of what's going on. That's why I said this is not bubblegum astrology. It's not how you stick your hand in a when you're a little kid they used to do that. Because when I was in kindergarten, I still remember that. And kindergarten is be a little bucket, and you got to stick your hand deep in and pull something out. And that's what these people are doing is bubblegum astrology. and they don't want to hear the truth. They just want to hear. That's why just look around YouTube. You don't see nobody talking about dysfunctional families and nothing like that. Because if they talked about the truth, they will lose money. So they'll tell you whatever you want to hear, basically, and then they just take your money. And most people, that's all they want. They want to hear. They don't want to. They don't want to deal with anything negative. But unfortunately, that's why you're here. And your failure to deal with the reality of your natal chart or whatever, you're still going to pay for that, because this is the real law. The law you're under. Like I was saying this morning, people will stop for a stop sign. You know what I'm saying? Hey, the street could be empty. The street will be empty or whatever. The majority of those cars that come down that street is going to stop at that street. Even though ain't nobody out there, they're still going to stop. So they got mad crazy respect for that red stop sign. But then something as powerful as God or the Word of God, they'll run right through that. Run right through it, justify a lie about a lie, put their hand on the Bible, lie, keep on lying anyway. So there's no respect for this realm. And then they think they can come into the realm and just take what they want from it. It's a price for everything. That's what I say. Anybody thinking something's free or they're free, you're out of your freaking mind. That's the biggest deception that you're at. Because when you think you're free, you think you can do whatever you want. And then you're kind of seeing that on this chart. Whether it's the people she was around or she was born from or whoever, but you could just, it's kind of like a wantonness. And wanting is, what I mean by wanting is somebody say I can do whatever I want, or it just doesn't matter. Like I'm going back to the prostitute. All men are dogs. It doesn't matter. But that's only because of what she's been through. And what people don't realize is because people never take responsibility for their actions, but a lot of times it's how a person carries himself. So if you're objectifying yourself and you begin to be treated like an object, then you'll say all men are dogs. But I'm saying no, just the men you chose. The men you chose are value yourself too. Now there's wicked people all over, there's wicked women. But that doesn't mean all people are. But it's how you choose. That's like me wanting to live a lifestyle that's not really me. And I jump into a lifestyle, could be bar life, club life, drug life, thug life. And then all kind of bad things happen to me. And then I go, you know what? All people are garbage and women are just don't. Yeah, but that was the life you chose. So when you do it the correct way, we all know we're responsible for whatever. Because even when you get to Saturn retrograde, it still tells you that even if you were abused, you still have you have to make those people accountable. See, it's not, oh, so my daddy beat me up and threw me across the table. My daddy threw a hammer at me. My dad. So now you think because your daddy beat you up, now you're free to do whatever you want. That's the same as a person saying, oh, I'm not perfect, but God knows my heart. So what scripture is that? What Bible scripture is that? So it doesn't matter what you do because God knows your heart. Overall, you're a pretty good person, so don't worry about it. So people just come up with anything. And I'm going to say it again. When it comes to the red light, they'll stop. So I'm saying, let's say 10 cars come down the road, and it's a quiet road. It really ain't nothing out there. So 10 cars come down a quiet road. You could already see ain't no cars around. At least 8 of those cars, if not more, at least 8 of those cars will stop at that stop sign. Even though ain't nothing out there, nobody's going to catch you. Ain't no cameras, no nothing. But they stop anyway. Look at least before they proceed. Because you've been hearing that since you were in kindergarten or preschool. Whenever you see a stop sign, just stop. It doesn't matter. Just stop. You've been hearing that from teachers and all that kind of crazy crap. But then something as powerful as spirit or the universe, all of a sudden it can do whatever they want. So that's the deception. And it goes back to the Garden of Eden. It was freedom there. Oh, you're free to do whatever you want. Oh, God, you can do whatever you want. Doesn't matter what God said. Go ahead. Take it. You'll be wiser than God after you eat it. And that's what you got now. People think they know more than the universe and more than God. And anybody sitting here that knows about manipulation can see it. But if somebody's really reading your life, do they really tell you about the stuff in your life, the crazy family life, this bad stuff you might have been through? But if they're not talking about that, then all that person's doing is ripping you off, because that is your life. So anybody that's reading you and not talking about your life is lying to you, because they don't want to talk about the stuff that they're seeing, because they know you might, oh, I don't want to hear that, I'll go somewhere else. And they're not going to let you get out of it without giving them money. All right. So, but we're still going to continue with Libra in the 5th. So like they say, anything in the 5th house, even children, because the 5th house is children as well. An apathetical approach to children. So not caring about children one way or another. Now, I'm gonna type something in just to see what happens. Well, I know for a fact if you like somebody like what they said about Michael Jackson, he was physically abused. As far as what we don't know if it was any more than that. We know about the physical abuse, but then that led him to. So that's what I think. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say it's apathy towards children, but it would be it happened to you, and now it's in you to do it to somebody else. And we did talk about that earlier in this read. So that's what you're seeing also in the fifth house. That possibility is there too. And because you see, you don't know why they do it, but a lot of these people, when they start making money, or they start joining these secret societies and all that, that's the one thing they start doing is hurting children. That's why all these children are missing and missing and missing, and nobody's been doing jack about it until now. See, it's 100,000 secret indictments right now waiting to be opened, and what you're seeing in the news is a setup. This is why they're trying their best to do something, but they want it behind closed doors. And the man that they're trying to do it to is like, no, I want it all to be public because he's got something for him. So that's what's up. And I said you can learn more about that on Mark Taylor official channel on YouTube or Higher Realm Holistics or Higher Realm Healing. But her name is Veronica, and she talks about the same stuff. So you don't have to stay dumbed down. You don't have to be inundated with fake news. It's out there now. So that each person has to make their choice. Because you have one system that is finally being brought. When God destroyed Babylon the Great, that's what he said, your sins have been weighed in a balance. It finally came time for Babylon to pay for her sins. And the night she was destroyed, she was in there partying. The king was in there partying, laughing at the real people of God, saying, oh, we overthrew everybody, we beat everybody, or let's make fun. He started disrespecting the holy place of God. And then he called in the prophet, who is the same people. So you're going to disrespect the holy utensils of God and then call in the prophet of God. So when the prophet came in there, the king tried to bribe him. Oh, I'll give you whatever. I'll give you all this gold. I'll give you all this stuff if you tell me what this handwriting on the wall is. And he said, keep your gold. You're about to be destroyed anyway. In a matter of moments, you're going to be destroyed. And the way it's written in the Bible is as he was interpreting the writing on the wall, telling this king, your kingdom is over with, that's when he got overthrown at that exact moment, according to the scripture. So it does matter what you believe, what you take in, and how you deal with it. And it says nobody, God does not want to be mocked. Whatever a person is sowing, they're going to reap it. And you see it. Anybody that really does astrology and all that, they tell you that's why they either call it karma, or the 12th house is really the house of reckoning or the house of judgment. And the 12th house is also about karma. And anytime you see the 5th house can be about karma, and also like Saturn is about karma. So you see all that on the chart. And Lilith, like I told you, Lilith is not big on children either. Like what most people say. Because in mythology, she was killing children. So they say this person will be indifferent towards their own children. Then they even mention Megan's Law. Now, I think if I'm not mistaken, Megan's Law came out of New Jersey. And that's where I'm at. Born and raised. It's still there in New Jersey, USA. And it is a federal law. So, and that's why you're seeing Sagittarius so much. See, Sagittarius in the 9th house represent the higher courts. The higher courts. So when you're seeing that number 14 out here in Sagittarius, That's what it's talking about. The higher courts. Enacted by the 104th United States Congress. Enactment of it was acts amended. It amended the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994. Introduced in the House as H.R. 2137 by Republican Dick Zimmer, and he was in New Jersey, just like I said, Republican in New Jersey, in July 27th, 1995. Passed the House on May 7th, 1996, unanimous vote. Passed the Senate. Now that was the House of Representatives. And then it went to passed out the Senate on May 9th, 1996, unanimous vote. Signed the law by President Bill Clinton. Now, isn't that interesting? A friend of whatever that guy's name is that allegedly committed suicide, the big pervert, the one sacrificing children, raping children, and everything else. Because I hate him so much. That's why I can't remember his name. But he allegedly committed suicide. So the same people passing laws are the same ones doing these horrible crimes. Enacted by 104 United States Congress, the 104th United States Congress. Now I know all about numerology. I know all about synchronicity, etymology. All right. And this law was enacted from a little female who was killed in New Jersey. Now I don't know if it's from the same county that I'm from or not. I don't remember. But I was pretty the murder of Megan Kanka. All right, so let's see. Where my grandmother lived, where I was always at as a child in my younger years, where she lived, but this is after they moved on. My grandfather had died. My grandmother had moved down south. It was a girl killed there, right in that same yard. She is playing because that neighborhood was in the hood, the dark side of Asbury Park. So she's out there playing by herself, and a guy saw her, climbed over the fence, same fence we used to climb over as kids, and then he did it. He killed her. So he's still in jail now. He's still on death row. But this little girl was killed in Mercer County, New Jersey, Hamilton Township. But basically killed the same way that the other girl was. But the good news is, finally, the universe is turning its attention to it. And that's one of the reasons why they're having trouble stopping that person. Because he's against all the murders and stuff. All the stuff people are doing, the killing, like abortion, whatever. Because if you don't want to have a child, all you got to do is practice some type of birth control. You don't wait till you do the act, and now this life is being conceived, and now you're talking about it's not a life and killing it, because you're going to be burning in hell forever. And a lot of people think they're not. They think they have a right. You don't have a right to. You have a right to your body, but you don't have a right to somebody else's. Well, even if that body's inside of your body, you don't have a right to that body. That's entirely different. You have no right over whether that thing lives or dies, whether that person lives or dies. All right. So you see the change going on. It's why no matter what is being attempted, it's not being overthrown because the universe is speaking. And if you're aware of this, throughout the universe, especially women and children are being abused. Because who's ever doing stuff, they're cowards. But that's why they pick women and children, because they're cowards. All right. So again, if a person feels unloved, they may inject that on other people, men, women, children, and so he threw this in. He says sports for couples, but it is in that like you remember that little girl that they killed, and we still don't know who killed her, but she's killed in her house. Because they say that these type of people enter the children into beauty contests, but it's still a form of you know bullying, or it's just like a nut job case. Because no matter what the child does, it's never going to be good enough, and you're always going to be I use the word mind fucking, but just destroying a person psychologically and stuff like that. And they say these people they're gonna wait too long to have children, or like I said, these are the people that would have a child, but then after it's conceived, they'll say no, I'm not ready, and abort it, or whatever, probably get a kid up for adoption, or just anything. But they also say that these people, they have an inability to reject romantic advances, so they'll just give in for whatever reason. But again, like nobody really knows what happens when a person is victimized, and especially if it's victimized by somebody that was supposed to be raising that person up and teaching that person. And it could be a difference, because if the victimizer is female, that's going to be a different effect, or if it's a male, it's going to be a different effect. But these are things that happen, and that's why it's always wise to get counseling, and that's why the 12th house. And nowadays, you have to be careful who gets the counseling, because now you got counselors that take advantage of people. They're supposed to be helping them heal, and then they take advantage of the situation. So they say this type of person may have several girlfriends or boyfriends, but they had already said that in a previous house. And they say this could also be the person who can't say no to their kids, because I see that a lot. Because one of the reasons why people are pansy now, because I think my generation was one of the last generations where the kids got the crap beat out of them. And plus, my generation, you got to see both parents in the house, whereas you don't see that as much now. Where we're at now, it's almost like who's the baby's daddy generation, or my mama's my kid's mama. So they're not together, and it's just really tacky. My kid's mama. So you don't even give her a name and stuff like that. So that goes back to what I was saying about objectifying. So they say again, these people want to like the elegant, refined. But what they do is they want the elegant, and refined, but like they take a little girl. You know, you shouldn't put all that makeup on a little girl and stuff like that. And some of them girls really get hard, like they get beat up. Like you heard about them, all those swim girls on the swim team, the Olympic swim team. Same thing. They were basically forced to look a certain way and act a certain way, and that's why he took advantage of it. Because that's what's gonna happen. Once somebody starts talking to you any way they want to, the next thing is gonna be abuse. And these guys know it. These are master manipulators, like a Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, and they'll just see if you'll take it. Come here, do this. How did you make this coffee? This coffee isn't made right. And they say if you sit there and take that, and when you sit there and take that, then they're gonna keep on. They're gonna keep on advancing. And that's why I talk the way I do, because I know First off, I know I'm a spiritual person. I could care less what anybody's saying because this planet has so many lies on it. You don't even know what the truth is. So it's not for bullying. And that's why I say you need people that see things are wrong and say something about it. You're on a planet where nobody cares. That's why you got thousands and thousands of children that go missing a year and nobody's really doing jack about it. Don't have no type of leads, no type of, but they know how to catch everybody else. They know how to go upside the head of some black people. They know how to do whatever they want to do, but finding those kids ain't one of them, obviously. And I just gave you the example of the two poor little girls that drowned in the local county, the beach, and nobody cared about it. They just paid the people off, and it's business as usual because nobody really cared. If they cared, they would have said, "Hey, how can we stop that so this never happens again?" But those two lies didn't matter because the freedom. That we're not going to change anything. We want to get on the beach after 5 for free. We don't want to pay anybody, and we come down here. This is why we come down here, for the beach and the water. So they could care less. Paid the family off, and business as usual. Didn't change a damn thing. And it's been that way for decades upon decades. So people can go into churches or whatever with the fakeness, but like I said, and you got all the people getting raped in church, and not just in the Catholic Church, Protestants too. A major Protestant church, a major Protestant denomination got busted for sex trafficking, children and stuff like that. So this is stuff that's going on. So like I said, what am I supposed to do when I see it on your chart? Oh, just pass all of that and just, oh, you got Libra in the 5th house. Oh, that means you're going to find a passionate, hot love. Just pay me. And just skip over all that. So flirting for sport, dating for sport. See, but even Megan's law proves my point. And that's the law that's enacted all over the USA. So out of that horrible tragedy, these good things came about. Now you have this good fortune, but that's basically what they're saying. Good fortune, there might be some finances there too, but it's still over the top. 28 will always mean over the top. Balance. And that's your communication. So again, you're really talented, probably very creative. But like I said, that's like a Michael Jackson, because he's the epitome. I'm not saying he has Mercury in the 5th house, but he's the epitome of Mercury in the 5th house. And like I said, then they just use it with children. That's exactly what he did. He built that big old playground or whatever you want to call it, amusement park, on that large, whatever you want to call it, all those acres of land he had, big old amusement park, and he's got all that money. That's the good fortune aspect. And then people want the money, so they don't care. Just like R. Kelly said, now you want to call me a pedophile, but when you were pushing your kids on me, you didn't stop. Now you want to call me a pedophile because now it's public. Now everybody's acting like, oh, what's up? But everybody knew about R. Kelly back in the 19. Seems like you're ready. That song was about having sex with a young girl. Seems like you're ready to me. So everybody knew. But now all of a sudden, because like I said, now that's all this went down when Jupiter entered Scorpio. Because that's when you start getting revealed. Your whatever is in the darkness starts to be revealed. That's when Weinstein went down. R. Kelly went down. They called Bill Cosby. They chased Russell Simmons out of there. And now another thing. It's kind of funny because I want to talk about this anyway. See, this is the fifth house. You got a rapper named 50, 50, and he keeps sticking his nose in other people's business. And I don't think 50 realizes what's about to happen. I don't think 50 knows about those secret indictments. See, if you were smart, when you start seeing people that you probably did some dirty stuff with, and this is why you keep defending him, because he's attacking everybody. Everybody that's exposing the industry, if you notice, 50 jumps out and attacks him. Almost like he's trying to intimidate somebody. So that's already telling you something. And some of y'all may not, some of y'all may have forgotten when he first came out. They were talking about the gay rappers and stuff like that. But I'm not just saying gay though. This is well, yeah, same category. Perverted sex. So all this stuff is coming out, and if he was smarter, he would just distance himself. But almost everybody that comes out, like her name is Emily. She was raped by Harvey Weinstein. He attacked her. That other man was raped or molested. And you say, how could they molest him? That big guy with the muscles. He played Martin's father. He played Chris Rock's father. I forget. I think his first name is Terry. 50 came out on him. And now 50 they came out against Oprah because Oprah is exposing Russell Simmons. So now he's attacking Oprah. But why are you attacking all these people that are bringing out the devil worship and the sex and all that stuff that's going on in the entertainment world? What do you know? What are you trying to hide? And like I said, give it a little bit of time because this stuff is coming. And I told you where you can go to learn more about them secret indictments and all that stuff that's about to come out. And this is why they want to keep it private. And he said, you're not going to do it private. You're going to do it public. Because he's got a whole lot of stuff he's going to let out. So I would strongly advise people to get away from the fake news. And I would also advise people, if you have any situations, deal with it. Deal with it. Find ways to deal with it. Make your peace with God. Because there's going to be a big turnaround. Like I said, you got to understand, I've always been affiliated with Christianity. So even before all this happened, they were telling me, these Christians and all over saying, oh, this man's coming to clean up. Even before he came and all that. They say he's coming to clean up and blah, blah, blah. And I was just looking at it like, what? Because it's been this way forever. So I didn't even get it. And then the more I started doing research and stuff, and research and prophecies and stuff like that, then you can kind of see it. All right, so this is like I said. So this is going to be a very good person in the fifth house, very creative, and even if they got all that internal Lilith stuff going on and stuff with children, outwardly they'll look like, oh, that's the person you want to be with, just like Michael Jackson. Everybody, oh, my son, he spent the night with Michael. Oh yeah, but she don't know what's going on. If it's true, allegedly. But whether it's Michael or somebody else, is still true. Like Pete Townsend. That's another guy that got busted with child porn and stuff like that. And then he lied, talking about, well, I was doing research. I'm working on a book. No, you're not. You're a freaking pervert and you're a weirdo. I don't like Pete Townsend because he disrespects his band, The Who, one of the greatest band ever formed. And he disrespects the Dead. He disrespects his bass player, John Entwistle. He disrespects Kenny Moon, to me one of the best drummers of all time. And he makes Roger Daltrey, who's one of the greatest singers. Without Roger Daltrey, the Who would not have sold the way it does. But he always does Roger Daltrey. So Roger's got to act like he's like a intern or something, and that's a freaking disgrace. So this guy's a big, and I'm not saying this is big in the industry, so you don't know who it is. You know who's doing what, but I know Pete Townsend is a weirdo, a nut job, and usually those are the ones that are the most creative. All right. Now give me one more moment. Because whenever you look at somebody else's natal chart online, you don't know if this is the correct information or not. But I'm going to try it this one time. They say Michael Jackson was born August 29th. 1958, 7:33. Now I'm only interested really on one area. Well, his true north node is Libra. And see, he's got Jupiter and Libra as well. And it's 28 degrees. See my point? That's why I love astrology, because people can mouth off. They can tell you don't know what you're talking about. And a lot of people, when they have stuff that they think is hidden, they're going to keep on acting a certain way, like 50, until it gets revealed. And then you're not going to be able to play that game. You're not going to be able to bully nobody. You're not going to talk crazy. Like, you know something's up 50. You know what's going on, and you're trying your best to intimidate people so that it doesn't really come out. But it's definitely coming out. So now they got Lilith and Aries at 22. This is Michael Jackson. Now, we already told you about the Aries on your chart. And we told you about Lilith. And this is in the second house, too. And what I mean by that is a lot of second house stuff on your chart. We already talked about it. And he's got Mars in Taurus at 22. It's actually 22 degrees to 22 degrees, 2 minutes. He's got Cancer in his 5th house. 6th house is Leo. But he does got Mercury. He's got Mercury retrograde in Leo in his 6th house. And you have your Mercury in the 5th house, which is ruled by Leo and the Sun. And then he's got the Sun in he's got the Sun in the 7th house with Virgo and Pluto. And you got Pluto and the Sun in your house. See what I'm saying? And he also has Neptune and Mercury. See, you have to, what I'm trying to tell y'all don't know if this is accurate as far as time and stuff like that. Because what I'm saying, if you would have to know the true numbers, because this chart may be more similar to hers than what I'm already seeing. So he's got Neptune and Scorpio in the 9th house. And again, that could always be scandal. And yeah, like I said, since it was child and bar, so since it was children involved, he probably did have the higher law investigate him. And I told you, anytime you see him, Neptune in those areas is going to be scandal, but it's also addiction and stuff like that. And like a lot of people say he didn't take drugs, but then again, some people say, he died from a drug overdose. Who knows? And then there's a lot of people that say he didn't die. He faked his own death. So it says FBI investor. So that's my point. So that's exactly a scandal in the 9th house. Neptune is telling you a whole lot of stuff about things that are unknown, but Neptune can also be exposing you publicly, which it did, and then that's the 9th house. So it'll be exposed. And not only did they expose him, but he actually paid for time on CBS. He actually paid CBS. He took the channel over. And like nobody does that but the president. The only other people you ever seen taking the TV over is in them crazy movies. Like when you be watching that movie, somebody take the TV over and they go, this is so and so. Do not attempt to adjust your channels. I have now taken over your planet. Like, and Michael Jackson did that shit for real. Like, what the fuck? He took over Channel 2. Like, what the fuck? This guy really does have money. So if anybody's listening, you're seeing me prove the point of when you have your natal chart done by an expert. Forget that goofy stuff. That goofy stuff is gonna mess y'all up. All that bubblegum stuff is gonna mess you up. Because God's not hearing that. It's like when you go to the DMV, you better have your paperwork. If you go to the DMV and you told you ain't got the paperwork, you don't know where it is, give me a minute to find it, then you get out of line. Get out of the line. Don't get back in line until you have the right paperwork. That's the most silliest thing somebody can say. Oh, I know I'm going somewhere. I'm going to heaven because I'm a good person. What scripture is that? So a lot of good people ain't going to heaven. Like, y'all understand, the same people that killed Jesus Christ, they were considered some of the most righteous people on the planet at that time. But yet they put, if you believe it, they put God in the flesh to death. So you got to get out of that deception. And Neptune is a deceiver, like I keep trying to tell you. And he rules over the religions and all that stuff. He's one of the biggest deceivers of all time. And if this is true what they're saying about Michael, he did the same thing. Because he played that nice guy. Oh, I don't know. Oh, your son is really talented. I think I want to do a song with him. Do you think it'd be okay if he stayed with me a little bit? So we can work on some music? Oh, Michael, sure. Sure, Michael. Michael Jackson, oh. Now you be a good little boy now. You hurt your mother. You be a good little boy, do what I tell you. And y'all think I'm being funny, but I read all this stuff. I studied all that shit. Because I wanted to know if it was true or not. Alright, so that goes on. And like I said, that Mercury in the fifth house, they're very wise. They know how to get this done. Give you one more example. I had a cousin who became highly sexual promiscuous, and I'll never know what led her to that, her true story. She started off in a religion, but again, that religion was a big deception because I used to be in that same religion in the 1980s and 90s. And so what she did, she had a Bible study with another female. Cause she tried this with me too. Like she was really manipulative. Like it was like they came to visit one time, and this was my cousin. She was my closest cousin at one time. Cause we had been at each other for a long time. We used to all build my grandmother's house and stuff like that. And so they moved away, so we hadn't seen each other for a while. So then when she came to town, it was me, the person I was with at that time, my partner, female of course, and my cousin, and I guess her husband. So they left or whatever, and a little bit after that, the phone rung, and it was my cousin saying, "Oh, I left my makeup kit over. Do you think you can bring it?" And this was at my grandmother's house. And so the person was telling me, "Don't do it." I said, "Don't do it. Why?" So she did that on purpose. She wants to get you with her. I was like, "Man, that's crazy. Like, what are you talking about? That's so crazy." She like, "Don't do it. Don't go." And I was like, "Nah, I don't know what you're talking about. This is my cousin. No, I've known her my whole life. I'm going." She forgot it. What's the big deal? So I took the kid to her, and then we were sitting in my grandmother's rocking chair. And when me and her were like 5, because we're the same age, when me and her were 5 years old, we used to rock that chair back and forth. So we're sitting on the porch, and everybody in the house is going to bed, including her husband. So me and her are just on a porch rocking that chair and stuff, and we're talking to each other. Now keep in mind, now we're in our 20s or whatever. We're the same age though. So we talked for a while and stuff like that, and then that's when she tried to seduce me. And I was like, what the heck, you know? So it's a lot of stuff on this planet, and I know that for a fact. And you have to be some type of coward or some type of idealistic person to try to hide it, or you're involved with the dark side of it. But it's a lot of dark stuff on this planet, and you see it all the time to the point it could become sad. Not to give people the press. I'm sorry people want to run from it, but you can't run from it. You're here to deal with it. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. You're supposed to go through all of this with that great spirit, and that's what our ancestors did. And when you fail to do that, you got to pay for that. Like, you got to pay for it. That's what Matthew chapter 7 is all about. The road to destruction is broad in spaces. The road to God is narrow and cramped. And you got to make that choice. It's that simple. And you can't use any excuse, even if you were abused or whatever, you can't use that as an excuse not to do what God just said you need to do. Because the greatest power you'll ever see is in God. Facts. Not because I'm spiritual or then no. Because I studied it, I lived it. You gotta think I'm definitely not stupid. And also I came up with gangsters, you name it, I've been there. I've sat with millionaires. And I'm talking about people like people that are not even in the crime. I've worked for millionaires, went through all these religions, been in the streets with gangsters. I've done it all. And that's just facts. Has nothing to do with a belief system. Now, if you're too lazy to look it up, I can't help you. But I'm telling you what's going to happen. You can believe whatever you want. So she did it to another female. A female that was one of her Bible students. And so she did the same thing. So she's teaching the female, because that religion uses books. So they got a fake Bible that they use. And then they got books. So instead of teaching you what the Bible says, they're indoctrinating you with their religious beliefs. So that's a cult. And I was a member. I know it's a cult. I didn't know it was a cult when I was in it. It wasn't until I saw the stuff that's going on and I got out of it. So anyway, she's studying with this female. And you read a paragraph or whatever, and you ask some questions or whatever. However they do it. So she's asking this female questions. But the way she's doing it very manipulative. So she's actually seducing her. And she was good at it, because that's why she did me. I was like, wow, she's real good. And I never would have known. Because I'd heard certain things, but I didn't know she was out. And unfortunately, she did catch AIDS. But she was sleeping around with everybody. So she said to this female, basically, she's asking questions from the paragraph, but she's like what they said, you got to be careful being hypnotized. That's what she did. She was that manipulative. No, she was smooth. My cousin was smooth, because I know what she tried to do to me. So she had this girl she was supposed to be studying the Bible with, helping this person convert to their religious beliefs. And she did the same thing all these priests and pastors do. They use that position and thing to flip it. So then she turned that girl out. And whatever I'm telling you, multiply it by many more times with men and females, and she finally caught AIDS. So these are the things to be aware of. Because you have to understand, when you say, oh, I want to get a reading and I want to ask about this, what good is asking about that if that's going to take you into some type of self-destructive behavior? Because I'm sure if Harvey Weinstein could, he would have tried to duck that bullet, because he's been exposed. So he would have went about things a little bit differently. Just like what they said was, when these other people, I think his name was Jeffrey, whatever his name is. When these people were going to his island, doing all these horrible things to these children, they were so corrupted, and they thought they couldn't be found out, that they was actually filming stuff on their phones and stuff. So all that information has been downgraded. I mean, downloaded as against them. So that's why I say y'all can get ready, because they're probably waiting right after that election, and them indictments gonna be open. So y'all can get ready. And again, that only proves my point. Chasing after materialism is a big mistake, just like the Messiah said it was, because you got to do more for that materialism. It's not like if you're a songwriter, you might be one of the best songwriters on the planet today, because I know I can write my ass off. I can rap. I can do it all. I'm a Leo, like I told you. Like, my chart looks a lot like hers. But you got to sell your soul and everything to get it. Like, nobody's gonna say, "Oh, you're great." You still got to do everything. You got to join them secret societies, sell your soul. Most of these people devil worshippers, and on and on and on. And then once them spirits get in you, them wicked spirits, you'll never be the same ever again. And the moment you consent, it's all over. And believe me, a lot of this information you can read right online. This is why John Lennon had to use sleeping pills. If you notice, all these people be having trouble with drugs and shit, because once them spirits jump on you, And all this information is known, well known. And that's why, like somebody like Elvis, he slept with the blinds closed and he stayed high. He stayed sleeping pills and shit. Stayed high because they can't deal with it. So now we go into your sixth house, Scorpio, and that's what Scorpio is all about. Whenever you have Neptune with Scorpio in the sixth house, this is definitely scandal. And it's usually scandal that does involve like a family member or a child. And Neptune is also, it also deals with the becoming public. And so you see it again, 22 degrees. See, and that 22 is really, like I said, that's really the twin flame number. But I see the same thing on Michael Jackson's natal chart. So you can kind of see it. It's kind of hard to describe it or explain it. But whatever person you're connecting with will have a certain connection to your twin flame. But you see the number 14 again because, like I said, that is Sagittarius energy. And whatever goes on here in this sixth house could be a matter for authorities, like in the higher house. And the higher house is ruled by Sagittarius, the ninth house. So in both your houses, you see Sagittarius involved with Scorpio. Because the very next house is the eighth house. And see the eighth, anything with Scorpio, Pluto, or the eighth house, this is sex, emotional, emotional activities, power struggles, codependency, stalking, and the sex is usually either extensive or lustful. See, you even see that 22 at your Mars as well. And see, Mars used to rule Scorpio. Now Mars rules Aries. But once again, Mars in that eighth house, like I said again, highly sexual, the same aggressive Aries energy. And like I said, a lot of this stuff, if you really were to do your own investigation, that's what they do. Like those children, because they believe, from their belief, they believe. I'm not going to go deep into what they do to those kids because it's sad. But they believe like the more pain is instituted and stuff like that, especially during the sex, it's more magic for them, more power for them. So that's what they do. And it is like these are secrets. Scorpio, Pluto, they're all secrets. And see, even look at your Pluto. Your Pluto's in the fourth house of family, but it's with Virgo, and Virgo rules the sixth house. So this is all secret stuff going on. And a lot of times you hear about this, but you just don't know what you're hearing. See, I know what I'm hearing. Oh, so and so's daughter was mysteriously killed, or so and so's daughter was, or child. It could be the boy as well, the son. Their child was killed by the maid, and the maid has been arrested and all that. But the maid didn't really necessarily do it. That was the parents doing that shit. Like I said, when somebody, I'm not saying who it was. Well, yeah, I can't even say that. But I was just talking about somebody famous coming out of New York. Well, he has a long history with somebody whose little baby girl died, was found murdered. Now who's just inside the house? So somebody's just going to break inside of a house and kill a little girl? She was like a little girl, like a little baby. Who's going to do that? Who's just going to break in? So somebody's going to risk everything, breaking inside the house. So these are sacrifices. It has nothing to do with that. And these people do anything to get that money. And like if you listen to rappers, they'll tell you that. But you think it's just a song. And some people say, oh, well, it's not that extreme. It is that extreme because this stuff is going over worldwide. And once you see it on your chart, it's like just like taking a drug. Somebody says, don't take that drug, you're going to get addicted. Oh, come on, man. I can't just get addicted off of one day. And then they're addicted. That's why they say don't even play with fire. When you go back to what he told Adam, he said, don't even look at the tree. Don't touch it. Don't think about it. Don't look at it. So again, this is all scandal, and it's a lot of supernatural stuff with Scorpio, the underworld. And if you know, Michael Jackson was very into the unknown. He was a creepy dude. Came out with Thriller. He brought the Elephant Man's parts. He was like a one big weird. They called him Wacko. Remember, like before he got famous, they was calling him Wacko and shit. Then, like I said, once you get famous and everybody loves you, then they forget about all that. Now it's cool to be Wacko, but before they was calling him Wacko. They said, yeah, Wacko Jacko. Where did that come from? Some English tabloid. I have a heart and I have feelings. I feel that when you do that to me, it's not nice. So I guess Michael Jackson wrote that response to something. So this is Wacko Jacko Backo, New York Post. And he's even standing his Freemason stand. So you're gonna see this picture. I think he's standing. That's a Freemason stand. That's a secret society shit. And see above it, Devil Storm into the finals. See the people that gave you this. The people that gave you this newspaper cover, Wacko Jacko Backo. He's in all black. This is all Freemasonry. He's in a Freemasonry stance. And they say Glove One makes big comeback tonight. But above it, it says Devil Storm into the finals. Like it was a certain, not Trump. It wasn't Trump, but it was a certain president that was recently elected, not too long ago. And the day he won the election to be president, a lot of like the number 666 was popping up in all these periodicals and all that. So that's my point. They said he makes a comeback. But pretty much once he started getting real famous, they weren't really going with Wacko Jacko like they used to. But they had been calling him that for a while because he was collecting all kind of strange stuff and he had all the stuff in his mansions and stuff like that. So on your free report, just get to know your eighth house because that eighth house concerns a lot. That's anywhere where you see Scorpio on your chart, where we're at right now, because your Scorpio is in your seventh house, but Scorpio rules your eighth house, and also Pluto, because Pluto rules Scorpio. Just give me a moment. So, like I said, if you were to do your own research, go to a search engine, say Freemasonry, Freemason poses, or Freemasonry positions, and you're gonna eventually find that pose. That's definitely Freemasonry. And whenever you see these people wearing all that black and stuff, that's a form of witchcraft and stuff as well. And this is why people are able to do moves that other people can't do and stuff like that, because they got supernatural help doing it. So that's all the mystical, and Neptune is mystical. And remember, Scorpio can be mystical. Scorpio is really the unknown, but it can also be money in business. It can be like a business manager, a business agent, high technology, alternative energy. That's why you really have to know your eighth house, because it has so much in it: sex, death, and rebirth, supernatural, the unknown, like scary movies and all the scary things. All that's in there. Psychics. And Neptune's going to help with the dreams. And that's why I said, so with your Lilith and all that, so like your house, your sixth house, all this, because the eighth house and the 12th house are a lot, very similar. All about secrets and all that, subconscious mind and all that. But in the 12th house, you're supposed to bring it out. Whereas in eighth house, it's not. It's going to stay a secret or a mystery, unless somebody really wants to bring it out. And plus, Neptune rules your 12th house anyway. So wherever you see Pisces at, that's going to be affected by the 6th house as well. And your 12th house is going to be affected by this as well. So like I said, that's a very freaky Lilith, but it's also the dark side of Lilith, the violent side, the sadistic, just the nut job side of Lilith. And the moon and Scorpio work together when it comes to reincarnation, because the eighth house is all about twin flames and twin souls and reincarnation. And that's why you see your number 22, which is twin flames. So when a person dies, their soul gets sucked up to the moon. Well, they get sucked up to the soul. They get sucked up to the moon, and the soul is stripped of any memory, and then it's brought back down. Now, Vesta, I told you, wherever Vesta is at, that's going to tell you, because she's really a priestess, and Vesta really works with the home. But when Vesta's in like the eighth house and stuff like that's like all out sex, because she could also be a whore. And I told you that about your 12th house, between the good girl and the whore. And I also told you about this. And he said, well, I'm not calling anybody a whore. I'm telling you what, if you study this, that's what they're going to be telling you. Because again, I'm not here to rip people off of their money. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. I'm not here to advance my pockets. I'm here to tell you what's on your natal chart, what's there, because that's really why you're here. See, if this planet wasn't taken over and we weren't put in the matrix, because our ancestors knew all this stuff. That's why the Mayans knew about astrology. It's people over in Africa, such as the Dogon, know about astrology. But it was throughout the earth. Don't let anybody fool you. Like the ancients knew all this stuff. Just like they had technology back then. People got you thinking, oh, my cell phone. They had that shit like long time ago. Cell phone ain't no big ass deal. It's only a big ass deal because you've been put inside of a matrix. And they tell you what to believe. You need to read 1984, because that's really what you're living. Talking about tell lie vision. So we tell you lies that affect your vision. And people gladly follow it. because all they really want, hey, if I can get that nice house, if I can get some nice bank account, do whatever I want, I'm good. But unfortunately, that's not why you're here. And you're already seeing on your natal chart why you're here. It's up to you to choose what you're gonna do with it. And like I said, the average person is just gonna keep on going back doing what they're doing because all they want to hear is bubblegum astrology. Oh, who am I gonna meet? What is that? They don't care nothing about none of this. But this is what's gonna judge you at your end. And then you're gonna wish you had heard it. You're gonna wish you had listened, and you're gonna wish you had took it more seriously. So you're we're now in we're now in your eighth house, and in your case, highly sexual for the reasons I already told you. And see, you see 10 with your Vesta. See, that is like a prostitute because 10 is Jupiter. That's money, and we already saw it before. We saw it earlier, and we have to understand what that is because remember what I said. If you watch the documentary on the prostitute, that's what she says. She said, really, all women are prostitutes because all of us fucking we get money for it, one way or another. If a guy takes you out and you give him sex, that's still money. So you see that Vesta and that 10 is Jupiter, which is finance. And then it goes number 12 again. And why is it going number 12? Well, that is the hangman card, but he's all about secrecy. He keeps to himself. See, this is secret sex getting paid on the side. But it's not just sex, it's still sexual magic and all of that. And like I said, in some cases, this is a product of people's children. Like a lot of these people who join these secret societies, they see nothing wrong with their young children being highly sexual. But why would you want your young child highly sexual? It's a little weird. But there's a reason for everything I'm talking about. And I'm trying to be as open as I can be. And remember, Vesta in the 8th house, that's like the sex is worship too. It could be sex magic, but it's like worship sex as well. Remember, Vesta is the priestess, and they got raped. And that's also a lot of times that's another thing, a violation of a young person. But it doesn't always have to be a young person, but usually, a lot of times it is. And all right. Give me one moment. Anywhere where you see Vesta on your chart, that's the area that you could burn out in. Like you could actually burn yourself out in it if you're not careful. That's where you're gonna give your most energy. Right, so let's look at some other things. And like I said, anything with Sagittarius can mean a teacher. It can be anything that has to do with foreign, long distance. Even Sagittarius in the eighth house could be someone who like I said, is getting transmissions from other areas and creation. But it can also be law. It could also be, like higher laws. And see, the eighth house can be about business and stuff, so it could be higher business laws or it could be legal stuff. All right, we got it. Now, Astro Codex will talk about Mars and Sagittarius, and Astro Codex is also one of the Mars and Sag. All right, let me see. So give me a moment. I gotta copy this all on my WordPad to blow it up. So I'm going to tell you what we're about to talk about according to Astro Codex and also Astrology Club. And yeah, that's what I was saying about a teacher. See, that's what I'm saying. This person's gonna be real good with manipulation, like understanding human nature, which they already said earlier in this reading, and all that. That's why I told you about my cousin, a manipulator. If Michael Jackson did what they said he did and the way he did it, that's manipulation. Like they're way steps ahead of you. Like somebody like Slim Shady, like giving him his mind, the way his mind works, he steps and steps and steps ahead of you. So if you were playing chess, he would already be like 4 or 5 moves ahead of you. So this is intense sexual in the eighth house with Mars invested. It's intense. Yep, Astro Codex has it. Astro Codex has Mars in the eighth house, so let's get that. And whatever Sagittarius is, a master teacher, Mars is going to make it even more intense. Because Mars is always all about action, and it could also be sexual passion as well. So they say when Mars is in the eighth house, is the most potent place. They said one of the most potent places to play it could be Mars in the eighth house, and it used to rule Scorpio before planet Pluto was discovered. And Mars still holds a lot of power over eighth house matters. Like I said, it's going to boost sexuality. So this is sexuality, sexual intention. It's going to be sexual, like sex, spirituality, and all this stuff is transmissions. It's sex magic. It's transmissions. That's what the eighth house is all about. So of course, because Mars is aggressive, remember this is still the eighth house. This is codependency, stalking, all kind of stuff going on with Scorpio. Is very see Scorpio rules the eighth house, so it's suspicion. Even in the seventh house, you might get suspicions and all kind of stuff. But Scorpio is very psychic, and they can be right. Like if they feel a certain way, they could be right. Sometimes they may be wrong with wrong suspicions, but a lot of times they could be right, and they'll know stuff they should know, and they can get to the bottom of the truth more than any other zodiac sign. And Sagittarius is also looking for the truth. So Mars can be a violent death, which happens rather suddenly. So that's why you see the Mars and the Uranus on your chart, and maybe even where Aries is. Now, Mars in the eighth house can bring death by a sharp object. Now, what's unique about that is I've always seen Sagittarius as a sharp object. Like when Jesus got pierced at the cross, I always equated that with Sagittarius. So this person could go out with a sharp object, a bullet, or an accident of war. And there's somebody in the Bible that got killed that way, where the arrow was shot and it just happened to pierce through their armor. They had on armor and the arrow still got through. And near-death experience, but like I said, with a near-death experience, you actually go over to the other side, or you see things and things like that, and you come back and say, "Oh, I had a near-death experience." But like I said, it's definitely gonna be supernatural. Also, anyone you have any type of relationship with, whatever it is still gonna have a connection with the twin soul. Because a lot of stuff is hard to understand, but it's still part of the soul, your soul journey. All right. Give me a moment. Okay, so again, Mars in the eighth house, and you gotta remember it's Mars in the eighth house with Vesta, which is also in this case a very sexual asteroid. Like there is gonna be fiery Mars would have been fiery sexual anyway, and this is going to be fiery sexual. That's why when you see certain people and they just ooze with that sexuality, that's what that was. That's like that. And they're conjunct, so definitely going to enhance that energy. And it's going to be aggressive because of the Mars energy. But now, like I said, it's the house of secrets and mysteries. So this could also be the person that doesn't act that way out in public, and Lilith can be like that too. But once they get behind closed doors, or they think they're somewhere where nobody can find out, then that's when it comes out. So now we'll get back to those deaths. So Mars can bring violent deaths, and they happen rather suddenly. And I think that's one of the reasons why you got that Uranus on your chart. And Uranus rules Aquarius. They both rule the 11th house. Now there's a death by a sharp object, a bullet, accident, or war. And if it doesn't bring death, then it'll bring like a near death experience. Now, it will lead to some form of transformation to the chart native. And anyway, the eighth house is all about transformation. So is Scorpio, so is Pluto, death and rebirth. And I got a feeling this person they'll have the gift of transforming. Because many times throughout this life on this planet, they're going to go through many death like rebirth states. But now they're saying that after you get transformed, that the gates to other realms will permanently be open, more open than previously. And that's what I keep talking about. And that's why I say when you deal with bubblegum astrology, you're not gonna know this stuff. So when this stuff happens, you won't know how to deal with it. And I've had a lot of people in 2019 uh, have to deal with it. And they wait, like everybody always waits the last minute to do everything. And then once you wait till those gates open and you start to have experiences with other realms, you're going to want answers, but it's harder to deal with it because now it's up on you. Like you don't wait till the fire to fire, and now everybody's rushing trying to help you or whatever, but you've already allowed so much to be affected. And they say these gates, these things will happen more open than previously, but it's right after transformation, that transformation that we're talking about occurs. And also, this is when your psychic powers will also increase. Because we've been talking about your psychic powers since house number 12. So, just like that, I think we said this in house number 12. Now, when you have Mars in the 8th house, you're going to have an interest in the occult. And all that means is hidden, but it is a supernatural, it's psychic things. So I just did a natal chart for somebody like this the other day. They say this type of person with Mars in the 8th house and that aggressive nature will make this person dive into these things without being ready. So I can't stress enough. And you can go right on YouTube. They have the information there for you. Or as a research service, we offer it. You have to know how to be grounded. And this is what people don't understand. Whenever you're messing with anything that has to do with the other side, you have to be grounded. You have to know how to be grounded. Because otherwise, they say this person is going to dive in and not really be ready. And like I said, once they connect, it's hard to get rid of them. So you don't like again. You don't wait till you connect. Oh, I got this strange stuff going on, and you want the whole world to stop now, and then the whole world, even the ones that are sincere, they got their own situation. So you might be in for something when a person finds something out, a rude awakening. So that's why they're warning against supernatural attacks or experiments that go wrong. But that's why you want to slow it down. You don't want to dive into it. You want to slow it down and make sure you understand what's going on and how to deal with it. And again, this person will have a very active sexual life, and we already learned that maybe more than one partner could even get same gender, but it will be somewhat secretive for the most part. So this person will want to have those sexual experiences. And they say this person will see sex as a way to recharge and to let go of accumulated negativity. But now here's what it gets hard. They prefer violent, and they like it aggressive and violent. And again, that goes back to what we learned earlier. That's the reason for that. So as they said, anything with Mars, Pluto, or Saturn could mean abuse. And we'll definitely learn more about that when we get to Saturn retrograde. So, because the eighth house is about other people's money or shared resources, this person may find themselves in a lot of money disputes. Now, if you want to say who primarily will that be with, go back to the house opposite, which is the second house, and that's supposed to be your money, but you have the family there, and the family has Cancer, but also the mother is Imon Coeli. So it could be motherish, and we see it again in the 12th house. Like I said, you'll never know. You'll never know what's going on in people's mind, but sometimes somebody may know you have an inheritance, or they may know some things, and they may actually keep it from you, and they may actually benefit or take it, and you may find out at a different time, and that might be another dispute. Like I said, we did see some possible legal situations in your natal chart. So people might be fighting over money, or you might have a problem dividing property or financial gains with other people. Now remember, see, it makes me think of George Clinton of Parliament Funkadelic. So how they got famous, but George, he wasn't a gangster or a thug, but he was connected with the street. So he was trying his best to get his hustle on, and he was trying his best to stay away from being controlled by the music industry. So it worked out for a while, but then it came to not having money for the group. So the group was always accusing George of ripping him off, and then they came to find out later on that actually the record company was robbing all of them, but then they had to fight. That's what I be trying to tell people. Sometimes that works out because I have people that have done that. They sue or whatever, and sometimes it works out, and then sometimes you just get caught up in litigation. And see, I'd rather go make the money. Like I tell people, I'll clean toilets. I could care less. I'd rather have the money. Bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. So if you got the energy and all that time to just wait around and wait around and wait around, hopefully, which it does pay off for a lot of people, but you may wait years before it pays off. And that's years you could have been doing something with your life, something different. So each person is different. So they say this person may actually try to keep the money hidden from other people. But what I'm kind of feeling and seeing is because it's all like you see the mother all over this chart. So it's kind of like you had an inheritance coming that she knew about it, maybe kept it from you, but somehow you found out. I kind of get that vibe, possibly. I don't know. Because, like I said, people just don't understand. I've seen mothers jealous of their own daughters. You see a lot of women flipping out at weddings and carrying on because women love attention, have a lot of vanity. So it's supposed to be the wedding about a daughter getting married, and she got to make it about her falling all over the place, crying, and all kind of crazy shit. So this stuff goes on. This is just how it is in our third dimensional so-called reality. So they're saying this person may also have issues in a marital life. And this will be a marital partner that has financial losses. So this financial losses can raise tension inside the marriage partnership concerning joint finances. Because like I said, you asked about partnerships, and this eighth house, this is the eighth house about shared resources, other people's money. So this is a partnership as well. But so is the seventh house. That's all about partnerships, agreements, things of that nature. So and the eighth house is a business house too. So that's why I said when we talked about your 12th house secret enemies, you have to be careful because your partners may try to rip you off. And that's why I tell people they have to listen. When you allow spirit to do its job, what happens with humans is they want to control everything. And I don't let nobody. I just had a client like that. She tried her best to control everything. And I said, why would you come to me if you're going to tell me? So I won't let that. I don't let that. I don't even let my boss tell me what to do. Like you can tell me what you want me to do, but if you're going to stand over me, I'll quit. Do it yourself. Like if you're hiring me to do a job, I'm gonna be a man and do my job, but I'm not gonna let somebody stand over me. So let the person do their job. So if you're listening, if you're doing your part, taking notes. So that's why I told you the whole thing about Paula and Jane when we started this, because that's partners that are gonna rip you off, partners that are gonna steal from you. Because that's one of the things you asked about, and we're still gonna go back and do more with the other stuff too. But I'm trying to get around the whole chart first. So you may have partners with somebody you're in a marriage relationship with or a relationship because of joint finances. And I try to tell people that astrologically speaking, say you're dating 5 guys, but if you were to get an astrological reading, any one of those guys astrologically would be considered like his family would be your in-laws because you got some type of connection with all 5 of them. So you might get a reading, you might think it's about Tony, but it might not be about Tony, it might be about Ted. So that's why when you get these readings, you have to have an open mind and think about it. Because otherwise, what you're gonna like, somebody might tell you, well, Friday it looks like this is gonna happen to you, and so Friday comes and goes, and you're like, man, this is some bullshit. It didn't happen, but it may happen Saturday, or believe it or not, it might happen to your girlfriend. But it pretty much will happen some type of way. And sometimes it'll be right on point, almost exact, almost eerie, scarily right on point. But other times it'll be just out there. Like I said, one day my zodiac was talking about love and all that stuff. So I didn't necessarily have love, but what I did have, I had a customer that was really anything I said, she was with it. You know, anything I was saying to her, she was with it. And then another guy stepped in because I was still relatively new. So another guy stepped in and tried to get some more or whatever. And then immediately, so like as soon as he started talking, she was like, no. But if I was talking to her, she's like, yeah, I'll do it, sure, yeah, you know. So it was definitely in the stars for that reason, but not for like a romance or anything. So they're telling you to be careful of any type of loans to an institution. And remember, like I'm telling you, your 8th house and your 12th house are linked. And it is going to be money issues because you got all that stuff going on in your 12th house. But Taurus rules your money. And you got all that issues going on with it in the 12th house, which is all about businesses and buildings and stuff. And then you got this situation going on in your 8th house. So that's why I try to tell people it's like it's wisdom. And like I said, a lot of people just don't get it. A lot of this stuff, the first thing you don't do is don't get a real reading. That's just stupid. Make sure you get a real reading, because how are you going to prepare? Talking crazy. Oh, like everything will happen in its place. But this is what's going to happen. If you're on some bubblegum, immature bullshit, that it's going to fade. It's not going to work. You want this. You have to know how to proceed. Because then that's how you know how to better learn how to protect your money and whatever. Like on one of my more recent videos, I said that. I gave you the illustration of two people who really wanted to be married, but they knew what marriage really was. Not bubblegum astrology, not this crap. Because this is what happens with bubblegum astrology. This is why you got all these people cheating on each other. But they claim, oh, I'm waiting for my twin flame. I love my twin flame. Oh, it's unconditional love. But you're still sleeping around. So how is that really love? So that's the point being made. So you got to understand what's really going on, because then you can prepare for it. So this couple, they came to the conclusion, we really want to be married, and to make each other feel secure, they both came to their own agreement. But they had an agreement out, had a prenut, had everything in writing. And they each had, this is what I have to do to make this marriage work. And they both took agreements and stuff like that. So it wasn't like I'm going to jump in marriage real quick. In a moment it doesn't go my way, I'm jumping out and I'm taking this fool for half or more of his money. Because that's what they do nowadays throughout the world. It has nothing to do with marriage or family. It's like a corrupt business. It's still business. And it's not wrong with your marriage being about business, because that could be discipline, like I just got finished saying. But it's not about, it's just I'm in it and I'm going to make this work for me. So it's not about we or family no more. So when you notice stuff that you could have these financial issues, that means you could better prepare for it. Because that's going to be more important than getting banged out sexually, and the person ain't going to be around anyway. Sex may feel great, it may not. But if you're going to lose a lot of money messing around with it, it is. And what I'm trying to tell you, according to this reading, it may go against you because of what we're hearing. So say if it was anybody else's natal chart, and if it was a woman, maybe she could get a divorce and take half or more money. But in your case, it may not work out in your favor based on what we're seeing. And also, I do know some men that their ex-wives pay them in alimony and child support and stuff like that. Like Naughty by Nature, right here from Jersey, Tretch. He was married to Pepper from Salt and Pepper, and she actually pays him. I don't know how he got away with that. And not only did he get away with that, he recently asked for more money. He did the same thing to her that women do to men. Oh, that's not enough. I need more. So sometimes don't just think, oh, I know what I'll do, because everybody got a plan at the expense of somebody else. But on your chart, it looks like you're going to be the one if you're not prepared. So this kid, like I said, so when you asked about these business questions, that was very wise and very intelligent. But I would tell you, especially when you see Mars and Aries, slow down. Think about it, stuff like that. And I tell people the best thing you can do, instead of jumping up in bed, sex, maybe catching an STD or some type of thing, learn how to communicate. Like go old school. Because old school, it was about getting to know a person, walking, talking, stuff like that. So that person really became like your friend, your partner, and stuff like that. Now it's like almost as soon as you meet a person, you're a weirdo if you're not already having sex. Now, why would I want to do that? Because I don't know this person like that. They're going to sleep with everybody in the township or in the county. Who knows, in the state. I'm like, nah. I'm real funny with stuff like that. Nah. I don't got no type of diseases, and I ain't trying to catch none. So if I don't know a person, know stuff about them, I'm not thinking about nothing like that. And remember, the eighth house covers all that stuff, sexual diseases, all of that stuff's in there. So they're saying if the person does get a loan in the 8th house, it may not get paid back. And then that'll mess their credit up. It says mess up their finances or the credit. And now like I said, you got to really know your 8th house, because it can be very jealous, obsessive, stalking, accusing people of stuff they didn't do, very argumentative, very emotional, kind of nutty, unstable, bipolar. All this is coming out the 8th house. And for the higher octaves, the higher frequencies, it could be very supernatural, and it could be very beneficial if you learn how to use the psychic powers and all the higher powers in the 8th house to your advantage. It could be very beneficial. So now they're saying a person in the 8th house, if they really want to get something, they'll do anything to get it. They have nothing wrong with, because Scorpio can be very manipulative, and Scorpio does rule the 8th house. And they said that this person will also try to own people. Remember, I warned you about that with Taurus, because Taurus is like that. And remember, Taurus that rules the 2nd house is really opposite the 8th house. Now, somebody will say, no, it's not, because Taurus is in the 12th. Yeah, but Taurus may be in the 12th, which is connected to the 8th for that reason. But Taurus Taurus rules the 2nd house, so Taurus is opposite the 8th. They're always opposite. But this particular natal chart is bringing those 8th and 12th house together, and that's why I'm talking about legal stuff too. Legal stuff. So you got to be very careful. So they say a person can become so jealous they may exercise violence if they feel a certain way, or they may pay somebody to do violence to somebody. And remember, it's not just you doing it. Like it could be done to you. This could go either way. Remember, and this is the house of shared resource. It could go either way. And I'm gonna say it again. You could be connected to somebody, and then people on their side are the ones are all crazy, because it doesn't have to directly happen to you. Like if you watch Lisa Lopez video right before she died, she knew she was about to die, something was gonna happen, and then that little boy got it, and she said that little boy, his name is similar to mine. She said that was meant for me. So the universe does work like that. Like Lisa Lopez dropped a lot of shit on that, because of Lisa Lopez, they didn't know what the hell she was talking about, but she woke up. That's why she was trying her best to get the hell out of here. And also, she had like Tupac, and even Jermaine Dupri said Lisa Lopez was like a female Tupac. She was trying to get the hell up out of here. And then she went with Dr. Sabi, and then now Dr. Sabi has died. However, that happened, and now Nick Cannon is still trying to do a movie about Dr. Sabi, and Dr. Sabi was also connected to Nipsey Hussle, and then he ends up dead. So it's kind of interesting how all this is going on, and that's why Nick Cannon is walking around with the vest on, and that's why Nick Cannon is also now affiliated with Suge Knight, and now Suge Knight is comparing Nick Cannon to Tupac, and everybody's like, no way in hell are you comparing Nick Cannon to Tupac, but y'all don't know what's going on behind the scenes and why he's doing that. So again, a lot of revelation will be coming out in 2020 as well. A lot of secret indictments are going to be open. A lot of things you never thought you would hear or believe, you're going to see it, and it's going to be facts to back it up. Facts and proof. So now they're saying Mars and Mercury may actually make this person a thief. See, that's the dangerous part. Because the 8th house is about other people's money and other people's resources. It could be shared resources, but it could also be other people's stuff. And your Mercury's in the 5th house. So yeah, see, Libra's about you in a partner. That's why it was funny when you asked about partnership. Because now they're trying to say either one of your partners might try to steal from you. Like I've been telling you. That's why I said the people would just listen and let the spirit work. You're taking notes, you're doing what you're supposed to. And if you're hearing it and you study your notes and prepare, you're better equipped. But a lot of people, like I said, they listen really, really quick, and then they move on, and it's like you're walking back into the darkness. And the first thing people try to do, like McDonald's, a movie just came out a few years ago. McDonald's was not always owned by McDonald's. The guy that became the owner of McDonald's, he was brought in as a consultant. They just made a movie about it. He was brought in as a consultant, but then he found a way to take the ownership. Because I think they said, well, I'm your consultant, so you have to give me authority here and there. So they did. They were like, okay, you can represent us. We'll give you authority. And the moment they did that, he went right to another lawyer or whatever and got full ownership. So he relatively stole that place that we call McDonald's. And they tried to take him to court or whatever. They couldn't get it back. So you got to really watch when you're talking about partnerships and businesships and stuff like that. And it doesn't mean you have to be scared and say, well, I'm not going to do anything. Oh, this is so pessimistic. I'm just not going to do anything. No. You just have to learn how to, when you move, you got to learn how to move. That's all. Protect yourself, move. You got to learn how to, when you're spending your money, is this a good investment? And then anytime you're talking about partnership, you got to really know, what do you know about the person? What type of references do they have? It's called slowing down and checking. And nobody can be mad at you. Because like I said, if you meet somebody and you're saying, well, I just like to take it slow, get to know people and stuff like that. And no, I wouldn't be there. And they like, well, I can't be with you because I have to have sex. Well, then you already found something out already. Because if they walk away or whatever, they don't really want to communicate with you or work through stuff. You already know what you're getting yourself into. And some people say, well, I don't really want sex. Because earlier, when we were in your fifth house, that's what it said. Oh, they don't really want anything long-term, anything like that. They could care less. But the ill effect is why you should care. Because that's like somebody saying, oh, I don't care. It's just say, we're just going to have a good time. And then you catch a package. Now you're dying of a disease that's killing you. So that's why you have no choice but to think. And try to always protect yourself. Always protect your interests. And any good business person knows that. All right. So I don't know if you've had any legal problems or not, because I see it on your chart. We're going to go into it again. Because see, Sagittarius in your eighth house is implying you're going to have like legal problems, but even like say higher than state law, higher than your township law or local municipalities. Like once you get to the ninth house, that vertex cross is a significant event or a significant person. It could be a soulmate. That's anybody that's in your soul tribe. Y'all all come from the same soul, but it's a soul tribe. But now a twin soul is a twin flame. That's the same soul as you, two different bodies. Soulmates or soul tribes or soul families are part of that soul as well, but never like twins, never cut in half. But with your twin soul, twin flame is cut in half. But as soon as you get to your ninth house, which like I said is long distance, it's higher education, it's philosophy, it's in-laws, it's could be relatives, long distance, religion, higher education, like the highest education. So you have a business. Capricorn is telling you this is a business. So you're I believe that's your ninth house. I want to make sure though. All right, so that's your eighth house. So let me look at this. All right, so going back to your seventh house. So now where you see Libra in the fifth house, that's going to affect your seventh house as well too. So we're gonna look at try to find Mars conjunct Vesta, because seventh house is about relationships. Seventh house is about contracts, the law, open enemies. And it's still gonna be, like I said, it's still gonna be pretty much sexual. But we learned that in your fifth house. But it's just that according to your chart, you don't have interest in making it more serious. But we're still gonna find out more about it. All right. Give me one moment. All right, because I found but she changed it. She wrote a lot of stuff on November. Oh, that's kind of funny. But she wrote this November 23rd, 2017. Give me one second. That's so crazy. I just got to double check something. Okay, yours is September 23rd. But she did this on November 23rd. But she's talking about sexual harassment. But she doesn't have anything else. It looks like they moved it. Like back then, this is November 23rd, 2017. And the woman that plays on Saturday Night Live, that comedian that she played Hillary Clinton, and she also played Donald Trump's that blind to speak used to speak a lot for Donald Trump. She plays her. So you see her with a guy, and he's got his arm around her neck, and kind of like faced off on her, and you really don't know how she's looking. You don't know, like, if you saw the picture, because it's one of those things where maybe she doesn't want his hand, because she like what she's wearing has no sleeves, her neck is bare, everything is bare, but he's kind of got his hand around her neck and stuff, and the way she's looking is like she doesn't want it, but she also knows all these cameras on her, and she doesn't, so she's expressionless, but it kind of doesn't look like she wants it. Because like I said, men have to understand that you don't have a right to put your hands on her back, especially if it's a bareback. You have a right to put your hands on her back or her neck like that, And she's not looking at him, which is telling you something right there. But then he's looking down too, You don't know how the picture was taken or whatever, but anyway, what the lady's talking about is sexual harassment. But then I do notice I could click this link and see what happens. Because I was actually looking for Mars conjunct. And she calls herself the bluelightlady.com. So she did Jupiter conjunct Vesta, but we're not looking for Jupiter, we're looking for Mars. All right. All right, let's try the different. Let's say Vesta. All right, I'm gonna see if I have it. Give me a moment. So I'm just seeing if I have it. Okay, then I have this. So let's see. So it's still vesting in seventh house. Again, in his relationship. But again, with Mars, it's basically the same thing what I said about it when I thought it was in the eighth house. It's still gonna be sexual. It's still gonna be very passionate and sexual. But like I said, there's a lot of sex and stuff like that. But it's still kind of saying I don't want because Gemini, Aquarius, and Sagittarius, they like their freedom. And Vesta does can mean like honor and dedication, but you have to understand, like somebody could be really dedicated to a lot of sex, but they're not dedicated to a relationship. So somebody that doesn't know that, they might read that the wrong way. That's why you got to really know how to read these things. So they say this is the type of person that might choose their career or something else over a relationship. All right. So that's why I said, so it still is like Sagittarius and Scorpio, or Sagittarius in the 8th house. Because Vesta, they're going to make it highly sexual. The number 8 is, this will be justice. See, you keep saying that. That's why I keep trying to tell you. You keep seeing like the law, and this is the 7th house with number 8, but that's the justice card. That's the Libra card, the justice card. And then 22 again is twin flames. And then number 2 is Jupiter, and number 12 is the 12th house or secrets or buildings, like the courthouse. So that's why you may find yourself in court. Now, I had said earlier, you may find yourself winning from it or winning something out of it. But I'm the type of person, I'm gonna, when I hear shit like that, I'm gonna be watching and stuff like that, because I wouldn't want to go, oh, I might be in court or whatever, but it looks like I'm gonna win, so I'm not gonna worry about it, because then that shit could go the other way. Like I'm definitely gonna be aware of it. All right, so this is astrologyclub.org. Sagittarius in the 7th house. It's about exploration and adventure. And then, but that's what I'm saying. This is like, let's do things together, but she doesn't want. She doesn't really want to be committed, and we already explained the reasons why. So they said this person's gonna have a philosophical approach, and sometimes people take a philosophical approach to life because things that they should have trusted in failed them. Whether it's family, religion, whatever they feel failed them. That's how they. Well, I'm not gonna dedicate myself to anybody or anything because life is short. And you hear everybody say it, they start philosophizing. Life is short. You never know and all that. So that's what you got going on here. Cause Sagittarius is very philosophical. But it's strange. He also searches for truth. So you can really say it's truth. Not necessarily the truth, but it's truth. All right, so we can continue. Now, when you have Capricorn in the 8th house, you're dealing with an old soul. And this is probably like past life stuff and stuff like that. And again, it's a soulmate. But like I said, a person may have business, because when you see Capricorn in the eighth house, this person has learned how to take the stuff in the eighth house and make it a business. And then when you go back to the fifth house, because a lot of times the fifth house will give you some insight in on the eighth house. And again, you see like agreements, mutual agreements, or whatever. And then that vertex cross could be significant events, significant coming togethers, or a soulmate or twin mate, soulmate or twin soul connection with the vertex cross. But it's about business and law. And if you want to know more about follow Capricorn, which would be the 10th house. And when you get to the 10th house, you may learn a little bit more. Now, when you have Aquarius in the 9th house, this is all about freedom and the people, technology, possibly publishing, belief system, all the stuff I said before, in-laws, teenage to adult education, land, property, real estate, travel, higher education, philosophy. So this is all going to the people they're represented by Aquarius. And to understand it more, you will go to the 11th house, which is ruled by Aquarius. And then there you have it. That Saturn retrograde pretty much denotes abuse. When you go to the 10th house, it is career oriented. And again, so that's why I'm saying this may be a person that sometime in their life they really begin to become more and more psychic, and they're doing it from the home. Because Pisces rules the 12th house. And that is everything we said about buildings and everything, because we already did your 12th house. So everything we said, but now the 10th house is about career and business ruled by Capricorn. Your Capricorn's in the 8th house, which is supernaturally unknown, ruled by Scorpio. Follow Scorpio. That's in the home sector. So this is definitely some type of home sector business. And again, at 28 degrees is something that's needs to be balanced. That is not. 2, again, is that a High Priestess card, and that's about the twins. Chiron is retrograde. Meaning there's some type of things that didn't heal. And because it's a retrograde, it's pretty much probably a past life. 27 degrees is a diplomat, but that's also somebody who can talk, good speak, make you believe it. And then, as you see, it goes right back to 28. So once again, it's still off. It's off balance. They may say, this. They may make you believe it, but it's still gonna be off balance. And you have to understand, you're in Pisces, and Pisces is ruled by Neptune, the deceiver. So you have to be careful to just whatever you're being told. Now, when you get to the 11th house, it's a very aggressive, but that is your true north node. Once again, 28 degrees with that Aries, so this is way off the hook. But remember, your true north node can be you and your twin. And this is where it gets tricky. That's what I'm trying to tell people. This is where it gets extremely tricky. Now, your true north node should have an R. Like, that's the only thing on a natal chart that should have an R is a true north node. It should always be retrograde. So whenever your true north node, that little horseshoe looking thing, and when it doesn't have an aura, that means it functions. So in your 11th house, which is Aquarius energy, which probably means that the person that abused you or whatever they did was probably an Aquarius. They have a strong Aries presence and a and a Aquarius presence. And like I said, it gets tricky because, like I said, when you understand soul journeys, um, things that may have been one way in the past life may not be that way in this life, and that's what people don't understand. But on your chart, you constantly see it going on and on and on. Like the number. All right, let me look at the number 5. Like that number 5. Okay, like we said, that could be Taurus energy, and that Taurus energy takes you right back to your 12th house. So that Saturn retrograde is definitely like an abusive father or whoever was a man in your house. And it's number 9 is Virgo energy. Virgo energy. And remember, so the abusive male may have an Aries Virgo thing going on with his chart. And then, as you see, it takes you right back to the 4th house. And they told you that that son would be the father. So anybody that was in that father position, and they said he may die suddenly or something like that, or it might be some type of uh, violent. Now I know some of that stuff was said about the 8th house, but what I'm trying to tell you is it's still connected because Saturn rules Capricorn, and Capricorn's in the 8th house. So that's pretty much going on. So it's hard to try to tell somebody that, but I was talking about Joyce Myers. So her father was very wicked to her, but then she stumbled across her man that became her husband. Now he's a very unique man. So that's like a twin soul or soulmate or a twin flame. Because her ministry is what it is because of her husband. Because like she's able to stand out in front, and he does a lot of stuff. Like that's why they question him. Like, oh, why do you let your wife stand up in front and she's got pants on and all that? And because if he wasn't who he was, or if he took stuff personal, that ministry wouldn't be as powerful. But she's able to go ahead and do what she does because he's right there. He's like her rock. So, and then when she went to see her father, he came along. Now, another man might have wanted to beat her father up. So he's been nothing but supportive of her, no matter what. And I gotta applaud because I would never do stuff like that. But that's because of so much shit I've been through. Because I would like to be that, but I just can't do that no more. So what I'm trying to tell you is about according to your chart, your journey. All you got to do is go around your chart. No, you keep saying it's 28, 28, 28. But if you were listening, I've shown you over and over again. So these are all journey connections, and they do connect to your twin flame. So what I'm trying to tell you, let's say Joyce Meyer's husband is her twin flame, but he was with her through all of that, even going back to this man that tried to make her like when you're doing that. There's a reason why you're doing that. Whatever her father did, that's what you're doing. And even scripturally speaking, scripturally speaking, all I can tell you is this: the Bible says where a brother was in love with his half sister, they had the same parent, but they were like half brother, half sister. So he was depressed. So one of the wisest counselors of King David said, "Well, what's wrong with you, Prince? What's wrong?" And he told him, "Oh, So even though that was wrong, because that would be called like a disgraceful thing, because that was his sister. But the guy told him anyway, well, listen, this is what you need to do. Act like you're sick. So that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, the manipulation. Act like you're sick and have her come in, cook you something or whatever. So he did that. So this is royalty, so it's always people all around them. So when she came in, he was like, oh, tell everybody to leave and all that. I don't feel good. So she told everybody to leave. And then when he got her alone in the bedroom, he tried to seduce her. She wasn't having it because she is a moral person. She like, this is disgraceful folly in the land. Like, this is disgraceful folly in the land. I can't do this. So he raped her. Now, after he raped her, he was mad at her. So he get out, and she like, no. She said, now that you've done what you've done, you have to do the right thing. Like, cause in that, like back then, you didn't just sleep around. She's like, you have to do the right thing. And he's like, no, get out. And he just threw her out and shit. So what I'm trying to tell you is, even back then, they knew that. They knew certain things. They knew, even back then. Now people try to see shit differently, but everything on this chart is like a soul journey. And I keep giving you the best. I'm just trying to have you see it so you can understand it. But the best person I can give, that's basically what Joyce Myers went through. And just to let everybody know, it was because of what that brother did to his own sister that her brother, her full brother, both mother, both father, killed that dude, set him up and killed him. So now King David was furious that one of his sons killed the other son. But God told David, because you murdered Bathsheba's husband and took her as your wife, your own kids are going to be killing each other, and I'm not going to step in to help. That's part of your punishment. So again, David had to flee the holy city. Not David. David's son Absalom had to flee the holy city because he had killed his brother. And they were going for a real long time. But eventually, he was allowed to come back, but David still wouldn't see him. So he was getting madder and madder at David. So then he decided, you know what? I'm gonna get payback. I'm gonna take this kingdom from him. And so that's what happened. And that was another time David almost lost his kingdom, even being executed by his own son, by his own son and his own son's people. So again, all the stuff I'm telling you is part of your soul journey, and we have done all 12 houses. Your 11th house, this is the abusive father. Saturn retrograde means abuse of a parent, some authority. It could even be a boss, because they say you may have it wherever you go. Like, it might be a father, but it could also be a boss. And sometimes you may think it's abuse because you've been through so much, but it's really not. But the way you're perceiving it might be, as far as a boss or something like that, or authority, abuse with authority. And that's why I said I think you're gonna have legal issues for the reasons I said as well. And so with a Saturn retrograde, you have to be careful, because it's a tough taskmaster. It makes harsh demands. And if you have legal things or contracts, you may think that they're completed, but when it's time to use them, you'll notice that they're not complete for some strange reason. That's a universal thing. Or they may ask for more stuff that you weren't aware of. But it's going to come at the last minute. Saturn retrograde is the whole. This person can also be very impatient. But you see Aries right there. So you could be very impatient. So you have to learn how to slow down, learn how to be patient. And you got to hold people accountable. Like, I'm telling you, the last 5 or 6 charts I've had, that's the one thing the universe is saying. That things that were done in the dark are going to be exposed. That's why I keep telling you about these secret indictments. And it's up to you to do your part. Tell or hold these people accountable according to the universe. because that way they can get healing as well. So the 11th house is ruled by Aries, which is ruled by Uranus. And as you see Uranus right there, right next to your father. And I told you how my father died. Like they said this man would die suddenly, and that's how he died. And like I said, he died, I think, really like on Christmas Eve. They sent him home from the hospital because he had heart trouble. They sent him home from the hospital to be with the family, but the family didn't really want to see him because he had a history of just messing up the holidays for us, and never made it home. Died at the gas station with my mother. But that's how I said God don't like ugly. All right. Now, main thing you have to know about business is make sure you understand business. Because otherwise it looks like somebody's going to try to rob you. You got to understand business laws, things of that nature. Now, if we went to your second house for a business questions, because that's money, possessions, your value system, it would be family there. It's family, teenage to adult, education, ancestors, land, property, real estate, vehicles, and travel. So all that could have something to do with business. And that's Taurus energy and Cancer energy, family energy. And when you go to your 12th house, you got Taurus there again, but the 12th house is ruled by Neptune. So that can also be publishing, advertising, and everything is kind of psychic. So it's kind of encouraging you to use the stars above us, to come to conclusions on how to proceed. And again, your third house is Leo, but it's also the publishing house. And you even have Venus there. But we'll come back to that. So Leo is a good leader and is not afraid to move forward. And again, if you are having some type of business from the home, Neptune would be telling you to publicize well. Uranus could be technology, like using the internet for your benefit. And it looks like your business would be like supernatural, like the occult, like the eighth house. As far as business and business partnerships, make sure you really know how to protect yourself. But Mercury is encouraging you to make it fun, and maybe not so committed. So that's why. What are you committing to? Like, don't put yourself in it. Because when we first started your chart, I know we saw a 15. So you have to be very careful. See that 11 degree? That 11 degrees. Well, in that case, it looks like that would be the Leo, because your Gemini goes to the third house and Leo is right there. So that would be the strength card. You and your twin. The strength card is a divine masculine, divine feminine. But it's 11 degrees and 15, which is the devil card. And that's all about obsession. That's Capricorn. And that's the same thing you got in this 8th house. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's going to try to block you in. So don't let that happen. That's why they're telling you to lighten up in the 5th house. Because it's not going to be to your benefit if you clap in with this person. See, that's why I said people have to understand. Now, also on your free report, it'll take you to the stages of a twin flames relationship, because most people don't even know what a twin flame is. Now, when you see the twins that really get along together, and you know they can't live without each other, and they look alike, and they're just so happy together, and guy can pick up. I saw that on 3ABN. It was a pastor. He was doing a Bible study, and he had something he didn't need, so he just threw it out in the audience, and his wife caught it. Like he didn't even really even go, hey honey. He was just basically just threw it. The moment he threw it, she caught it, and then he said throw that up, and she threw. So he caught that. So this is what they do when they're home. That's how they know how to do that. I saw that. It bugged me out. But it's stuff like that. That's like twin flame stuff. But there's very few people. I mean, man and wife can barely do that. But those two have always been very close. You see them together all the time. So that's like, to me, that's twin flames, because that's deeper than marriage. Because if you could just throw something, your wife catches it, like that's some deep shit. Because I'm telling you, I sat right there and watched. I couldn't believe he did it. If he did go honey or whatever, plus it just shows she was paying attention, because most people don't be paying attention when you talking and stuff. They don't be caring. It's just human nature. But he did it right. He's like, honey, and some just threw it, and she caught it. Like, what the hell? And he was like, throw that up. She threw it. He caught it. So your seventh house is saying keep it light, and that's a form of your protection. And these things can change, but you just have to be careful. But always protect yourself. So that was good. You were asking about business, because that's pretty much what she asked about first. And whenever you see in business, if you see Neptune, that's about advertising. So you be using that advertising to get customers. And like when you see Sagittarius in the seventh house, which is the seventh house is also about law. Make sure you understand the laws of the land, because a lot of people don't, and then they get hit with it. Your eighth house with Capricorn in it is telling you might have some type of business like astrology or psychic or tarot card reading. It'll pretty much be from the home. The ninth house, again, Aquarius is there, so that's the people. And that's technology. So that's why I said all these people you see on YouTube, that's exactly what they do. Then your career house is the 10th house, and Pisces is there. So once again, it's going to be like a spiritual type business. Eleventh house, just got to be careful at that aggression. That aggression. So you can't let anybody run over top of you with that Aries energy. So you do have to, because they say Saturn retrograde means you have to learn how to say no, stand up for yourself. But again, it's always good to have legal representation. And most importantly, whatever you went through with mom or dad, you gotta know when to cut that loose. Because people tend to carry stuff when you shouldn't carry it. Like parents are not perfect, neither are we. And for all we know, somebody might have assaulted or molested them or beat them up. But you just gotta know how to cut. You don't want to. You don't want whatever they said or did. You don't want that messing your head up or your mind up. I saw a real good Christian movie. A guy's father had been abusive to him, so his whole life he was reckless, always taking chances and all that. And he would always be talking to his father. His father was dead, but he would still be talking to him and stuff like that. But nobody knew he was doing it. So he wanted to climb this real high mountain, and it was like freezing cold out there. And so him and the Christian were not really friends. They knew each other. But the guy had like an ego. But the reason why he had an ego, because his father had beat him up and stuff repeatedly and told him he wasn't nothing, never going to be nothing and stuff like that. So the Christian knew he was going to try to climb that mountain by himself. So the Christian, who didn't really know this guy like that, he just knew this guy had some issues, but he decided to try to go with him. So they're trying to climb this mountain and all that. All kind of stuff was happening. And then when they finally got to the near top of the mountain or whatever, he was by himself, but he just went off. Like he started yelling at his father. I told you I could do it. And he went crazy. And the Christian, that's the first time the Christian ever saw him go crazy like that. But he was going like that throughout the movie. But he really got crazy at the top of that mountain. So the Christian was trying to help him and stuff like that because he really went crazy up there and stuff. So the Christian slipped and fell all the way down and died. And that's how life really is. That's what I'm trying to say. Now you're losing your life for something you didn't want to do, trying to help this guy. And plus, the guy had a female, a Christian female that he was cheating on. And so the father had found it. Like they found out, the father had found out that while they were up on the mountain, that's when it all came out that this guy was like no good and stuff. So her father wanted nothing to do with him. So then after he climbed that mountain, and he knew he was responsible for that Christian being dead. He came back, and the whole time the Christian was preaching to him, climbing up the mountain. So when he came back, he was trying to make things right, but people didn't really trust him and stuff like that because of stuff he had done. So he had to go to the female's father, and the father, like this was a black family, and he was black too, and the Christian guy was white, and so the father didn't want nothing to do with him, and he kept trying to talk to him and trying to say, convince him. So long story short, he did convince the family that he had changed. Now he was a Christian. Reason why I said that because it's just a journey of life. A lot of times, a lot of things is a journey of life. But the journey can be very, like the last person I did a reading for, she said it's very painful and stuff like that. But at the same time, we have to learn how to slow down and take the journey. And we don't want to take shortcuts. Because the moment you take, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. Because God is taking you through that journey for a reason. And if you don't believe in God, well, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you on that one. But a lot of people try to take shortcuts, and you're doing yourself a great disservice. You're also doing anybody that you were supposed to meet along your journey a disservice as well when you take the shortcuts. And unfortunately, just like you got a daylight and a nighttime, you're going to have challenges and good times. You got to learn how to just be thankful. And like I said, appreciate the good times, be thankful, and the dark times, walk through it with God. So you have a strong Scorpio for your business and a strong Pisces for your business. And it's all about service as well. And even your true north node, that little horseshoe, is your light. This is why you're here. Your life purpose is to be somewhat quite active among friends, association groups, and these may also be your customers and other people you're around. Might even be family, but you have to learn how to be strong, hold people accountable. You got to learn how to not be afraid to speak up for yourself, because Saturn retrograde means you might be afraid to speak up for yourself, and it also means you might lack when it says discipline, it's also like self worth, because that's why a person won't say anything back, or they'll let somebody get away. See, when you hear the way I talk, but this is from just being on this planet for so long and knowing how it really runs. Because you hear the way I'm talking, I'm not letting nobody get away with shit. You can't be afraid. And I just went to Twitter for a quick minute, and so Becky Lynch, who is she calls herself the man for the WWE, and she was honoring Taylor Swift, because Taylor Swift is upset now, and she wants her masters, and the guy that has them, she wants them, and she's really going at this guy. And Taylor Swift usually isn't like that. So I told both of them. I said, as long as you, I said keep the fight up. I said keep the fight up. I said 2020 will be the year of the feminine domination, and I said men always back down when it's a strong woman. And then I gave them a video of Samson and Delilah. So you got to be a fighter if you want to see things done, and that's just the way. And I mean, you don't gotta have that attitude. You don't have to be up in people's faces because I know I hate rude people. I'm not saying be rude, but you stand up for yourself. And the best thing a woman can do in a relationship is talk and make sure the guy understands your positions. Don't have to yell, don't have to scream, you don't have to act like a child. You don't have to do tick for tack and the silly stuff that goes on in third dimensional. You have to learn how to talk. Everything is business. If you really, really want to be honest, everything is business. Because that's how you know a guy's going to be there today, tomorrow, and the next day. Or if you two do have problems, hopefully you can sit down and work through them. Because you wouldn't be in a real world if you didn't have problems. And I think it's great to see people work through their problems. And like I said recently, Justin Timberlake messed up, but she wasn't having it. She wasn't talking about packing her bags and leaving and shit. She got with him, made him address it, and she made him go public with a public apology that he was allegedly getting a little too friendly with his co-host or whatever, his whatever in the movie. So I believe, let me see, make sure I got Justin Timberlake. Yeah, she's Jessica Biel. So Jessica Biel was like, she wasn't having that crap. So she made him go public and apologize and stuff. But that's how it's got to be. Because my sister stuff, my younger sister's been married for like 16 years. She's been married since 2003, but she's a fighter. She's just like me. So you got to grow up. You can't all this childish behavior and stuff because you're not going to get away with it. I'm going to tell you like that female Gretchen said, you're not going to get away with it. God's not joking. And I'm sorry you're in a world where you've been dumbed down because the people that run this power are lying to you, and they put you in a democracy. It's a matrix, but there will be judgment. There will be hell to pay for anybody who's out of line with that. Final thing we need to look at. Is who would be possible in a relationship. Now, when you go to the ascendant, sometimes the ascendant is showing you, and if that's true, it will be some type of Aries or Gemini. And even when you go to the Aries, notice you see the true north node. So you can already tell that this person is going to have some type of Aries or Gemini situation going on with themselves. And there is some type of connection between your abuser and this twin flame. Now you keep it moving. You go right to where you see Venus. And again, you see Gemini again. It's third house Gemini, and now it's Leo energy. So that's a Gemini Leo energy. And even Pallas, that asteroid is there, and that's also the soulmate asteroid. And even it's saying either Gemini or Leo. And whenever you see a lot of twin flames, you usually see like money. And so both Jupiter and Venus are money. But see, when you have Jupiter and Venus, it's represent like an older man and a younger woman, or vice versa, older woman and a younger man. So that's also telling you something about your relationship. So now when you get to Juno, that little star is Juno. That shows you that who you will be in a serious relationship with. But if you notice, it's 0 degrees. That's Uranus energy. And Uranus, it's either Uranus or Aquarius. And it's the 5th house, which is Leo again, Leo energy. And then you got Mercury, which is Gemini energy, because Gemini rules Mercury and Virgo. So that's why you got Virgo and your 4th house, and everything else we said about Gemini. Stuff going on with Leo and Gemini in your 3rd house. When you get to the vertex cross, it's either Capricorn energy or Scorpio energy. And that could even mean it's like a home business, like you see in your 6th house. Scorpio's right there, and the 6th house is the home. And remember, the 6th house of Virgo is all about service, because it's almost like you meet this person or you're solidified with this person in service. And if you two do work together, you'll be making money as well. True North Node is showing you Saturn or Capricorn, Aries, or Aquarius. So remember, this could be one person, but it could be more than one person, because you got twin flames and soulmates and stuff like that. All right, so this does pretty much end this birth natal chart analysis. Remember, we got a whole lot of offers going on. I'm telling you guys, try to get it done before 2020, because that's New Year. Things may be being done differently by then. So take advantage of the holidays and things like that, because I got tons of offers. Have any questions, ask. You can have make sure you have the most recent services offered and price list, and it may be right here online on one of those videos. You just gotta look, or you can just ask for it. You can check out more in the description box. This is Gat. God bless.